Now there ain't nothing to it. Go ahead and bring Goliath on. Ain't no giant, I ain't gon' fire on. Catch a fade, you, I'm wrong, I'm gone. Y'all can catch the wave that I am on. I am icon, y'all are wide wrong. Think that I'm a reconcile born. So ain't nothing to it though. This is on me, ain't got much to do with who you know. Keeping it true to form 10 L's into a milli though. But they already knew that those farewell to your opinions. Know that he is something. This is all me, ain't got much to do with who you know. Yeah, keeping it true to form, but they already knew that though. Here we go.
I'ma show you who I am. I'm unbreakable. I'm a big gun, but still watch me escape.
Hello and welcome to a very special edition of League Night. It is a little freaky December here with no Brian Pravel, for whom League Night is home. Brian's unable to make it this month, and so the rest of us have pulled our resources together and come up with this cast. That is me, Brandon Fogel, Adam Silverman in the middle, and Ed Sullivan on the right. Welcome, gentlemen. How are you doing today? Start with you, Adam.
Great to be back on League Night. It's been a while.
Ed.
First of all, it's not at night. This is false advertising. Second, why is Adam in the intro for League Night? He's never played a VDL game. It's ridiculous.
I feel like if we used clips of people playing VDL as our intro on League Night, it would be pretty damn boring. We'd have people with like headphones standing in front of their computers typing. I feel like, you know.
I think we could see Justin Lohr playing online poker, diplomacy, his screen, stock trading, everything at once.
Adam, what do you have against wearing headphones, sitting in front of your computer, and typing?
That's a good point. It's a good point.
Thank you. And Ed, I do hate to break this to you, but it is nighttime somewhere right now. Maybe not where you are. Yes, so I know this is an unusual time for League Night to be broadcasting. We are in the afternoon on Sunday morning North American time, but that is nighttime elsewhere, including in Europe, which I think normally has to view, European players normally have to view this broadcast the next day, or they're vampires like Michalis Kamaridis. And the Australians get to watch this, I think, at a time that is convenient for them. I don't actually know. Anyone know?
Let's see. In Sydney, it's got to be it's
like
morning,
5
right?
a.m. It's like 5 a.m.
Pretty early. Let's see.
Actually, I think the normal League Night broadcast is a good time for them. So.
No, it's 7 a.m. It's 7 a.m. Those guys should be out of bed. You know, get out of bed early and have some breakfast and coffee and watch with us.
Get out of bed, you Australians. Turn on League Night. League Night in the daytime where we are. Let's dive into this. What do you all say? We are here to cover two leagues tonight. One of them is the VDL, which is our flagship league that we cover all season long. And last night was a very special edition of VDL's Game Day. It is the last game day of the season, the 10th and final. And that means that players will be jockeying for position to make the top board, which will be played next month in January on a special edition of League Night right here on DBN. We're also going to be bringing you coverage of the top board of another virtual diplomacy league. This one is hosted in Australia, and it is called the Snake Pit. And they played their top board recently. We're going to bring you live coverage or full coverage of that. Not going to be live, fortunately. But with that said, let us dive right into the VDL games. We're going to cover two of them from last night. Then we're going to take a break and cover the Snake Pit top board. Then we're going to come back and cover the final two games. And it's just the three of us for this broadcast. You know, I think with 5 games to cover, we should be able to do this in under 6 hours. What do you guys say?
Ed talks a lot. I don't know.
That is.
Oh, that was about what I was going to say.
We have the mute button ready to go, Ed, just so you know. Here are the standings coming into last night's VDL games. I guess over the last 2 nights, because they were played. VDL is played over 3 time zone friendly. It's played in 3 rounds, 2 of which are convenient for each of the major time zone regions: North America, Europe, and Australia, New Zealand, Oceania. And here are the standings going into this final set of game day games. Justin Lohr in first place with a gaudy 471 points, probably locked up first place already, certainly a place on the top board. Jamal Bukhari also probably locked up a place on the top board. We've got Jason Gray, Patrick Jacobson, and Claire Bradbury, sort of all bunched together between 340 and 360 there. Probably safe, probably, but you never know. Some funny things can happen on the final game day. But I think our focus is going to be on the bottom here. We've got Christian Brown, Michalis Kamaridis, Cody Miller, and Darcy Morris, all within was it 16 points of each other. So any one of them, I think, is in position to make it or drop out, and only two of them can make it, and that's assuming that nobody from further down the standings actually passes them. So with that setup, we don't know exactly who played in last night's games yet. We'll find that out. But Ed, you've played in a bunch of virtual games before. Is there anything, given this list of players that we're looking at, you looking for anything in particular?
Two things I'm looking at. One is if you've played fewer boards under the scoring system of the VDL, there's some averaging thing that happens. And unless I think it's your top three scores and an average of the rest. So fewer boards means you have a potential to go, higher. Whereas someone like Justin Lohr, I mean, obviously he's already number one, but someone like Jason Gray isn't likely to, significantly move up. But speaking truth to power here, the last day of a league I'm not saying they're shenanigans, but I suspect we'll see a lot of strange play because people are thinking about getting on the top board. Metagaming is at an all-time high. Deals aren't for the top board aren't being struck, but you see, hey, get me on the board, and then other people work with you. And I've been involved in the December VDL, and I did not like it. I've been on both ways. One when I made the top board, and one where I didn't, which is fine. I'm not bitter, you can tell. But someone like Darcy Morris, who has good relations with like everybody. I mean, I don't know anyone who doesn't like Darcy. That's probably really good for Darcy.
Adam, how do you feel about this lineup of players?
Well, I think it's exciting to see some of the usual suspects and a couple of new folks who have not always had this kind of level of success in this. I think Claire is certainly a name that that we've seen in a lot of games, but I don't think has been on a virtual top board before. Same thing with Cody Miller, who's on the cusp here. I think many of the others are folks who we're used to seeing have good results. So excited to see how the bubble works. It looks like Claire probably has a pretty good chance of staying qualified, but Cody's right on that bubble. Michalis, is somebody who's done perennially well. We'll see if he's playing and positions himself to stay in the top 7 here. To the point Ed was making earlier around only top 3 results counting. I think if you look at most of these folks, especially around the bubble, they haven't topped all of their boards, right? They've topped, Darcy's only topped 10% of his boards and still has a pretty good qualifying score. So he's got a lot of room to potentially improve. Not quite sure about Michalis and Cody, but Christian Brown as well probably has some potential to improve with a solid board top here. So be watching out for that and seeing if they are gunning for the good result.
Yeah, just pulling up the standings here, and it looks like Christian has a nice big board top as his top score, 130, but his second score is only 78. So if you can imagine if he got another 130 or even 110, he'd be able to move up there pretty quickly and solidify a spot there.
Can we see the second page?
We sure can. Let me operate some dipcast magic here, and there we go.
So a lot of good names in the hunt list.
Yeah.
Ben Kelman, Zoe Cameron, Bradley Grace, Micah Blom at 211 points. Those are names that we are very familiar with and people who can put together a good score. And remember, they can get up to 3 games here. So players can play multiple games within these 3 rounds. And there's definitely room for movement up here. Anyone on this
is 100, 120 points? Is that feasible for somebody to score that much without, let's say, without a solo? Can someone realistically, like with a big board top, would that net you net you 120 points because you're thinking about the way these scores work because everyone already has 3 games in the bag.
Yeah, so the scoring system is open tribute. So the board, so having a lone board top will get you 10 times your 10 points for each center you have. So then the question would be, what is the score that's being replaced?
Right.
And if we look at, say, like Zoe Cameron, Zoe actually doesn't have a 4th score. So her 3rd score is 43. So Zoe is actually looking at getting an average of the rest. So the way it is, your top 3 scores count fully, and then the average of the rest are also added to your score. There's a slight caveat there. If you have to play at least 2 games to get the full benefit of the average of the rest. If you only play a 4th game, then that score is cut in half. So it's a minimum divisor of 2. Which is a little complicated, but it makes it harder to just get 4 scores and then call it quits. But I'm just scanning here. It looks like everybody on that second page does have at least 2 scores. So like at least 3 scores rather that are non-zeros. So like Micah Blom, for example, her 3rd score is 53. So if she were to get 120, she would only jump 70 points. And would probably, and that would only get her up to 270, which, as we saw on the first page, 7th place is already at 298. Scores could actually go down a little bit because of this average of the rest function, but not very much. So, 300, I think, is a good target here for players trying to at least put themselves in contention. But so to answer your question, Adam, I think what that means is that for people on the second page, you really are going to need 2 good scores to be able to move up. One is probably not going to be enough unless it's a solo. Solos are worth quite a lot in open tribute, 340 points.
Yeah, that's definitely going to do the trick. Yeah,
that'll get you on the top board no matter what. Yeah. All right. With that said, why don't we dive into some games here? And here is the 257th game in VDL history. This one is named after the province Mid-Atlantic Ocean. All games this year have been named after spaces on the diplomacy board. In Austria, we find Jason Gray out of Sydney. In England, we find Micah Blom out of the Netherlands with that gaudy #1 DBNI ranking. Like that jumps out at you right away. So those are the current rankings as of the ones that were published about a month ago. We've had some more events since then, and I do need to get those updated. Hopefully, I'll be able to get those in the next week or 2. In France, we have Claire Bradbury out of Australia. Claire's made a bunch of noise this year. Germany is Cleo McNamara, who I believe is related to Peter. Is that right?
Like I would know. I guess his niece. I'm going to say it's his niece.
Okay. In Italy, we have Michael Saxton out of Seoul. Very cool. And in Russia, we have that guy, Darcy Morris, that you just mentioned, Ed, out of Canberra. Turkey, we have Aurora Adaman out of northern New York. That's interesting place. And Aurora was at Weaselmoot. That's right. I met her.
I believe Aurora
Carnage and it's done really well.
Yeah.
I believe they won Boston Massacre this year as well.
Yes, that's right. All right, so this is a fun board to start out with. Let's dive right in and see how things look from the inside.
Since we have 6 hours, do not pronounce it Mayo. I will attack you if you pronounce Mao Mayo. That's just let you know. I can't stand talking to someone who calls it Mayo all the time.
How do you feel about MAO?
I can deal with that.
You can deal with that. Good. All right, Diplomacy Nation, you have heard it.
Breast to Mayo, check.
If you want, if you want to please Ed Sullivan, you know how to pronounce.
The West is going to be interesting. That's what I'm looking at mostly.
And why is that? Because of Micah and Claire next to each other?
Well, Micah and Claire, but Claire and Jason, right? So you got 2 Australians, you got 3 people who are all used to working with each other virtually or in person. And I think that's going to be hard and fun at the same time.
You're viewing Jason as in the West? Is that?
Oh, I thought he was England, according to your other. Never mind. Yeah, I thought I messed up. Bad news for Cleo.
All right. Let's so Ed, then we'll give you the chance to redeem yourself by calling out spring of 1901.
I'm tired. Okay. It's been a long week. Okay. Do you want all of the moves? Sure. All right. English moves, pretty standard. German moves, pretty standard. French moves, fine. Burgundy is left open. As we move to the east, Venice holds. Everything else looks standard to me, including the Smyrna hold, the sort of new standard.
All right. And let's just move into the fall here. If I can do it properly. Fall of 1901. And keep it going, Ed, and then we'll turn to Adam for some commentary.
France takes its to her 2 and does not support England into Belgium, who walks in unassisted. Germany supports into Holland. No bounce in Sweden. England takes Norway and Belgium. So 2-2-2 in the West. And we see the Trieste theoretical loan. We'll see if that holds up later on. But that is where, for newer players, Austria lends Trieste to Italy in exchange for moving Ionian to the Aegean. And that happened. Michael went through with that. And then we see Fleet Sev going to Romania and Ankara going to Caen. You don't see too much of. We see a lot of Australians, and Darcy, is last I checked, is Australian, a fleet in Romania, generally pro-Austrian, but you don't see it that much. Usually you'll see a supported move of Ukraine to Romania supported by Sev.
And Adam, I assume Sev to Rum catches your eye here. What do you make of that?
Actually, there's 2 other moves that catch my mind more than Sev to Rum. So Sev to Rum is a thing that you see from time to time. I mean, it's showing some at least early goodwill with the Austrian. It obviously can very quickly move out from there if that's what you decide, what Darcy decides to do. Actually, the 2 moves that strike me as interesting are Smyrna to Armenia. And I also want to highlight the move of Ruhr supporting Kiel to Holland. So let me start with the one in the West first, because I think this is really indicates some interesting things around the diplomacy on the board, right? Because it's suggestive that the German didn't quite know where they stood here. And actually, this is a pretty smart move for Germany to make when they don't know where they stand, because you don't want to be bounced out of your second build. And this is a good way to guarantee that you have it. I think typically when Germany does this, they're worried about England convoying to Holland and France moving Picardy to Belgium, so they get stood out of both of those. So this guarantees the 2 build. It's not getting greedy, but it also doesn't force your hand in making a play against Belgium. So I think that's really interesting. I think the other thing that I wanted to point out was this Smyrna to Armenia with Ankara to Caen is something you don't see too often. And I think, this looks kind of, I don't know if this is Aurora just kind of getting cute here, because if you're not going to the Black Sea here, there's not a huge reason to be in Armenia. It's sort of, sending a message to Russia that I'm not attacking you, but I'm not quite with you either. And I think they might end up regretting that with that Italian fleet in the Aegean, right? Because you would actually rather have that army somewhere closer going into spring of 1902, where it can do something more directly helpful.
I don't hate it. I think it's a hedge. All right, it's a hedge in case Russia goes to Black Sea, and it also opens up Smyrna for a fleet build. And I think that was the thing.
You can go to Ankara though, and then you still have the army on Constantinople in case something like this happens. I think hedges in this game are okay from time to time. I think this might bite Aurora a little bit in 1902, but let's see.
Yeah, what would be an alternative option here, Adam, if you wanted to keep Ankara and Smyrna both open? Like, would you go to Syria in that case, or in your opinion, is it not worth worrying about?
No, I think Syria. I think Syria in many ways is worse. Because it doesn't achieve what Armenia achieves, which is kind of, sending a little bit of a message to Russia. I mean, what is the purpose of keeping both Ankara and Smyrna open? Why do you need to keep them both open, right? I think you need to keep Smyrna open so you can put a fleet there. Unless you're really convinced that Russia's going to go to the Black Sea, in which case you should just be going there and moving Smyrna to Caen, right? So,
Ed, you want to take that? What would be the advantage? Yeah.
I mean, for me, to be honest with you, the more I look at the map, and I wasn't really listening, to be honest with you. I'm sure it was great commentary, but I'm just sort of thinking here, like, the bigger issue, apart from being in Armenia, is Darcy on side or not?
Yeah.
And if Adam's point is this is like if Darcy is really just working with Austria here, and this was just a trick to get a quicker move on Black Sea, and maybe Adam's right, like moving to Armenia just promotes that idea that Darcy thinks, oh well, I have to be in black now because of, so that could be an issue, and that's what I think. Here, if I'm Turkey, I mean, I don't play good Turkey. I probably go to Syria. It's the same difference, or I might just go to black. I mean, and try and tell Italy, hey, you're free to attack, Austria now.
Yeah, just one more thought on this one before we move on is just that I think if you're Turkey, you never want to see Russia putting the fleet into Romania unless you're part of like a really solid ART and you feel good about it. Otherwise, like that fleet in Romania can't do anything to help you against Austria, and it opens the possibility for another fleet build in Sevastopol. So I could see that. I could see the reason for wanting to have Ankara open in order to build a second fleet if like you decide that you just have to go scorched earth against Russia, but not a good option in any case, either way. So let's see what happens here. We do get that fleet build from Aurora in Smyrna, but
got another one too.
Got that fleet build in Sevastopol, and we get fleet builds in Marseille and Naples. That's kind of fun. The Marseille one, and Cleo McNamara puts down, I think, the most sort of ambiguous set of builds here. Fleet Kiel, Army Munich, and we get Fleet Edinburgh, Army London from Micah. So at the very least, we're not looking at EF conflict at the start here. Is this possibly a Western triple, or does Cleo's positioning make that unlikely?
I think it's very possibly a Western triple. I think, I mean, I don't think there's a lot about Cleo's positioning that would make it unlikely. I mean, obviously it's a little bit slower since he's in Ruhr and not, back in Berlin or something, but absolutely. It's also possible it's an EF against G. I think more likely that army is going up to Norway, though, in this position, especially with Darcy building Army Sev from England. I smell blood in the water. I think that Fleet Sev build is a big mistake by Darcy. I don't think he needs to do that if he wants to sneak into the Black Sea. Turkey's is completely covered by the Italians in Aegean. They know they're getting attacked, so they're not going to the Black Sea from here. If you wanted to just slide Romania in and slide Ukraine down to Romania, you could do that. There's absolutely no reason to build Fleet Sev here. Big mistake. Going to be very restrictive to Darcy. He's going to wish he had another army in the middle of the board.
All right, let's move forward.
These are really deliberative takes. I don't think it's a Western triple. I just think it's an EF.
It might just be an EF. I think that's certainly possible, but I think regardless, I think that the Sev build, the Fleet Sev build, is a big mistake here.
Yeah, at the very least, Micah has the freedom to go take out Russia on the top if they want to, just because Claire hasn't built Brest. Let's find out. And whoa, the answer is not quite. Adam, take us through 1902.
Yeah, so this is definitely EF versus G. That's fine. Going to actually try to work with Darcy in the north, which is totally reasonable here. I can only guess that the Silesia. I don't know if I don't know if that's arranged or not. That's hard to say. But man, this is great for Austria. They trade back for Trieste and by putting Italy into Bulgaria. I'm not sure that that's like tactically the best play, because you'd rather have that fleet in Aegean than it in Bulgaria south coast, but at least it sets you up to keep advancing. And with Turkey basically saying, okay, do whatever you want, I'm gonna just defend against Russia because they built that second fleet. It seems like okay, it'll be just slow things down a little bit for them.
All right,
I think it's not great for an AIR though, right? Because it just restricts what you can actually do in fall 1901. You're not going to be able to take anything else, and your positioning is kind of limited until you get a fleet back into the Aegean, which I guess you can do right away. But if you're Italy now you're reliant on pushing Austria into Aegean, because you're not going to leave Ionian open here.
Yeah, this is definitely the slower way to do it, and one that makes Italy vulnerable here. Ed, would you agree with that real quick?
Just shows what a savvy negotiator Jason is,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah,
I mean,
it's good
this
for
is-
Austria. It's very yeah.
I mean, Austria is sort of the big winner in the East, right? Because Russia's going to be preoccupied against Turkey. Turkey's preoccupied against Russia. Jason makes the fabulous trade getting his home center back for Bulgaria's south coast, which ultimately can go to anybody. Usually what you see here is Serbia go to Bulgaria, supported by, Greece and Aegean cutting Khan or taking a guess there. So definitely advantage him. And Darcy's doing good to not have that northern pressure. Look, that's all off. It's bad news for Cleo. But right now I'm in the Jason Gray Admiration Club.
All right, let's push forward into fall 1902. Let's see what happens. Adam, take us through it.
So in the West, Belgium advances into Holland. This was guaranteed because France cuts Ruhr and Helgoland cuts Kiel, North Sea. I guess could have been cut by Denmark, but was not. So that goes. Picardy follows into Belgium. So France gets their build, and France just holds with their remaining fleets. They also put Russia into Norway and into Denmark. So Darcy has a build coming. Darcy actually has two builds coming because
Khan.
Yeah. I'm trying to figure out why Aurora defended this way. There's no reason that they should have lost Khan here.
I mean, if they
What are they actually trying to do? They're trying to support Ankara
to black. They could have done Khan to black and it would have been a brace, but that's not
Khan to black could have been okay, but I mean, you're not going to get black here. They're either going to just support black to hold, or they're going to do something like this. So, and we've got this AIR already in Tyrolia, Bohemia, Silesia, so they're already pushing into Germany. This is, bad news for Cleo, but there's going to be this sort of EF versus AIR very, very quickly.
Fast-moving alliances on both sides of the board, although Russia is interestingly in both of them.
Correct. That ends now.
You think so?
That's got to end right away. It's also interesting. France is going to have to make a choice and probably going to have to drop down into West North Africa right away. I think Italy did not do the right thing in convoying to Tunis. You got to take it with a fleet here. You're going to build another fleet, so you've got to trust for one turn that Austria is not going to stab you, which they're not going to here. So getting that army's stuck in Tunis, that's not helpful at all. It does nothing for you there when you know you're about to be fighting France.
And can either of you make an argument for France to build anything besides Fleet Marseille, or is it obvious?
Not if they're working with England. You can't make. You could argue for Army Marseille, I guess, but I think Fleet Marseille is probably
to go to Piedmont and
yeah. But you could, but they've got an extra army. I think I think Fleet is probably right here.
Ed, you flagged Darcy as vulnerable here. What do you build if you're him?
It sort of depends on which way. I mean, I'm not sure this is just going to be AIR versus EF, right? Like, I mean, all these players are capable of turning, but he can't be in an EFR alliance and an AIR alliance. And his partners on both sides are begging him, like the East definitely needs a fleet build in St. Petersburg, like 100% Army Warsaw. His Western people are saying build two armies. We'll see what he does. Darcy is not the kind of player who likes to take, in my mind, deliberative actions quickly like this. So he may resist and still try and be part of both if that's possible, but the board doesn't really allow that. But I mean, there's a lot of room here. France can slide mid-Atlantic to North Atlantic, Spain to mid-Atlantic. Italy doesn't seem to be a clear and present danger. Germany might live, right? Munich becomes valuable property in this battle of the alliances. So we'll see if Darcy makes a declaration now.
I think he's going to go South Coast, build Fleet South Coast, because
that's
sort
smart.
That's sort of splitting the baby. It gets him some more firepower in the north, so it pleases everybody in the south, but it doesn't freak out Micah here. So I'm guessing South Coast and Warsaw.
And the answer is South Coast and Warsaw. Well
Good
done.
job, Adam.
Well done.
Paris, I'm surprised by Paris for the army. I don't. I think Marseille, if you're going to put an army down, makes more sense to me. But
It feels conservative, doesn't it? Like Claire wants to tell both Micah and Michael that that she's not coming for them.
Yeah.
All right, let's move forward here. Spring of 1903, and we're going back to you, Ed, for the play-by-play. Tell us what you see.
Went right to Claire, advances into Ruhr. It's kind of funny. Germany was not viewed as valuable. Everyone's just attacking Germany. Italy's in Munich. France is in Ruhr. England's in Kiel. Germany gets a retreat into Holland, whereas Russia's advanced to the line here. We'll see if Denmark makes it. I mean, Darcy's supporting Holland to Kiel, if I'm reading that correctly. In the east, Italy convoys his army back to Apulia. Adam correctly predicts that it is Greece that's going to Aegean.
Yep.
And Darcy continues the attack on Turkey, this time trading Khan for Smyrna, but getting into Armenia and Black. It's really good news for Darcy in a game where Darcy has the whip hand on all the Turkish centers, which is awesome.
And has a fleet now on the other side of Turkey, right? Like that could potentially be valuable in the long term. You know, Darcy's sort of, you know, making moves and making friends here. Really good position, kind of Russian position that can collapse quickly. But if you can ride the edge for a while, could be looking at a big score.
I
think
guess
the other thing. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, the question for me is, you know, somebody's going to have to make a decision at some point, like you said. And the question here is, does Micah make a move now and take Denmark and Sweden, which she probably can do since Bothnia is going to drop to Baltic. So I don't know that you do that, but I wonder if you don't do that, what are you going to do next? Because what's your next center? You're going to get Kiel, you take Holland back perhaps, but what happens after that? You're going to have to go one way or the other. So are you in a better position to solidify the north by knocking Darcy out, or are you in a better position to turn the other direction and make a move on Claire? And I think you want to solidify the north before you even think about turning around against France. So is this the turn to do it? That I don't know, but it might be.
I think one thing I'm not thinking of that Claire reminds me in her comment here, that she's already on the top board, right? Unless something, but Darcy and Micah are really fighting here. And they're the ones, if I remember correctly, that are really in contention. If I'm Micah, I'm convoying to Norway. I'm taking Denmark. I'm hoping to get, I'm seeing Russia grow.
I don't know that you're convoying Yorkshire to Norway. Yeah. Agreed.
So Micah needs 2 big scores to be in contention. Darcy only needs 1 good score. Darcy's in the mix of those 4 players right around the cut line, and Micah is quite a ways back.
But they need to be fighting each other.
Eventually. They both can't do. They both. Each of them can't have the other one do well. All right. Fall of 1903. I guess eyes on Micah, right? And the answer is nope.
Micah's so nice.
Ed.
Well, she's figuring she gets the build from Kiel, so I don't need to do it now. The question is, does Darcy build again in the north? So if Darcy fails to build in the north, then she made a great move here because now she has flexibility next year to do whatever she wants. If Darcy builds in the north, then she's missed her opportunity, right?
Darcy's putting 2 down here again, just so we know.
Yeah.
Wait, Darcy's putting.
Because
up 3 down 1, up 3 down 1.
Or he stabbed Italy, I guess.
Ed, it's your turn to call these out. Take us through it.
Yeah, Adam, we do the analysis after the moves. It's hard to do the analysis before I've had my very important part of reading the moves. Yes. Okay. So I'll go to the west. That's the easy part. Yorkshire convoys instead of Norway to Holland. So England gets Holland back and also nets Kiel. She does not stab Darcy. Meanwhile, France is in Munich. Cleo lives in Germany. Italy has made a move on France, while France has made a move on Italy. This would be an opportune time for a French build, and it would be a horrible time for an Italian disband, but that's exactly what's happening because Darcy in the East has taken Turkish support into Bulgaria. Wow. And so, now what happens, right? Darcy's done something that's good for Micah. And will they continue to work together or not? Does this expose Russia playing short kind of on two fronts or not?
I'm sorry, you're saying that Darcy hitting Italy here is good for Micah?
Well, the way I'm looking at it is if it's a EFR, you'd want to see your Russian ally put some pressure on the AIR. And what Darcy's done is at least attack the I in the AIR, which is a low cost stab because there's literally nothing Italy can do about that stab.
I'm wondering if this is also a stab of Austria because I feel like Austria is supposed to get a build here, and that build's supposed to be Romania, right?
Well,
why does Russia get 2 builds and get to go up to 10 when Austria is sitting here at 5, right? So they're not putting Austria in Munich. Austria seems to think that Italy is on side, right? Because they're supporting Italy into Constantinople, and Greece is holding. It's not following into Bulgaria or doing any funny business there, right? And so Austria thinks they're still with Italy. That Romania has got to be a build, and they don't even move Vienna, right? So
yeah, and there's also
there's some
also what happens in the center.
Russia's supporting the French into
the French and correct.
Yeah, so this is a stab of Austria as well. Okay, so I
didn't see that Silesia order. I would have just assumed Romania was arranged and he didn't tell Austria.
There's no way that. I mean, if Jason has played as good diplomatically with Italy, he must be playing good diplomacy with Darcy as well. And there's no way he's saying, Darcy, go ahead and go to 10 while I'm sitting at 5. That's fine, no problem. We're totally copacetic on that. No way, right? So he's supposed to get Romania here.
Italy is going to be putting one down here, by the way, because it has 2 disbands this turn from Munich, and Bulgaria stays at 4. So there's going to be a rebuild here. But yeah, this is a pretty eventful turn. Certainly Darcy's making a big move here. But now the rubber's going to have to hit the road as far as Darcy's commitment to the Western Alliance.
Just one thing. Why would Darcy support France into Munich? Okay, if he knew that move was going down, he should just take Berlin, right? Because Munich wasn't gonna stay. It was gone no matter what.
They don't need as long as they don't need his support, right? They don't need his support because Kiel is not cut. Well, Berlin
could have cut it. Yeah,
Berlin should have cut Kiel, I guess. Yeah. Right. So he doesn't know for sure.
Yeah, but even there, the thing to do is to have Kiel support Prussia into Berlin and Silesia to support the Munich move, either by tapping Bohemia or supporting it directly.
Yeah.
But maybe it's possible that Darcy is actually not working with Micah, but is working with Claire here. That's the sort of subtlety we don't know. All right, let's move forward here. Check out some builds. And if you're Darcy here, do you try to get another Northern Fleet in? I mean, that seems...
No, that's going to break. That will completely end things with Micah if you put another fleet up.
Put an army up there.
Army Moscow, Army Warsaw. I don't think you even put the army up there right now. Army Moscow, Army Warsaw.
You're probably right.
All right, here are those builds. We do get 2 armies from Darcy, Warsaw and Moscow. We do get that Fleet Marseille now from Claire. We get an Army London from a very friendly army, a very French-friendly Army London. It's having escargot at the cantina. All right, spring of 1904. We are back to you, Adam, for the play-by-play. Tell us about it.
Yeah, so as I would have expected here, this is like Jason completely turns around, right, and is 100% against Darcy, as you'd expect. And look what Darcy gets for his troubles. Micah is now taking Denmark and Sweden. Completely makes sense. I don't know what happened with the convoy. I'm guessing there was
it supported it. It's not a.
It was she just misordered the convoy.
Brutal. Because it would have been a walk into St. Petersburg.
That's right. That's right. Yeah, it was.
Oh,
This,
yeah.
that's too bad. That's too bad. We got a
Micah,
med bat. Yeah, yeah. We got a med
just in this
battle
order. Yeah.
between England. Sorry, between France and Italy. I don't know why Apulia's in Rome instead of Venice, because it can do everything it can do. From Rome, from Venice, except
Yeah.
from Venice, from Rome, it can't also go to Piedmont. So I think that was probably a mistake. But I also am wondering why Naples didn't go to Tuscany. I mean, he gets the retreat there, but I don't know why he didn't go to Tuscany to begin with.
Naples to Tuscany? What do you mean?
Yeah, Naples. Sorry, Naples to Tyrrhenian Sea, not Tuscany. Sorry.
Oh, and then retreat to
And
Tuscany.
then
from
retreat
the
to
end.
Tuscany. Correct. So I think those would have been stronger moves, but um,
I don't know.
Yeah.
One could question why he's even fighting France at this point, right? It's like if there's no air anymore, none, right? So like, why are you? I guess just defending your own centers is the only thing you're left to
if
do.
you're Italy here, I mean, what are you going to do? Turn around and fight Russia and give France your dots? I mean, I mean, I think you're trying to form a line against France so that France will turn around and realize that England's making all the gains and France has nowhere to go. I mean, the argument that Jason didn't want Apulia going to Venice, I would say too bad, Jason, because you're defending yourself and it needs to go to Venice. So I think that's a pretty easy case to make. But
My theory here is just maybe it's different styles, right? But like my theory is Italy. If I'm here is why make it harder for France? You want France the way to survive here is for England to stab France. Maybe he doesn't think that's going to happen, and the way to do that is to have England see France making quick progress in the Med, and I will help induce that. I will keep my home centers here somehow. That's sometimes the way I think, which is let the person attack me get out of over their skis.
I've played with players who would only attack France in that situation if like they thought they could get something out of it, which would require France overcommitting to the Med, which would suggest Adam's strategy of tying up France as much as possible. So it can kind of go both ways there, yeah. Ed.
Yeah, I no, it's a valid point. Like, okay, to Adam's main point, the defense could have been better. My question just was, okay, should we have had the defense? But obviously, this is a tremendous, like, just even with the misorder. Okay, I don't want to lose the headline here. Claire doesn't need a huge score. Micah does. Claire and Micah are working together. This is great for Micah. Micah needs Darcy to have a bad score. Darcy's at first base on having a bad score.
Yeah, I think we'll see with this Russian position, but I think it's an example of how with Russia, if you're going to make a dramatic move, you have to be able to back it up because you're going to become a target.
Well, you got to have friends, right? And in this game, it was going to be very difficult. And maybe he felt like he was a stronger ally to Micah than Claire was, and that Micah might turn around. But certainly the position of the pieces did not suggest that, right? This position of the pieces suggested that the North is for Micah, not the French dots.
I mean, it's hard for England to turn around with two Russian fleets right behind you. Like I think it's probably naive to think that's what Micah would do in that situation.
Sure enough.
And the retreat, the move to Skagerrak ties up lots of units until it gets blown up. I hate that position.
Oh, I don't think that really makes any difference here. What's it going to do? Denmark supports Sweden. Sweden supports Denmark. Convoy to Norway.
It's a momentum killer. Is my only point.
It's going to be
that
pulled.
It's going to be there.
It's going to come off the board in the fall. He's going to lose. How many is he losing this turn? 2, 3, 2. He should lose Bulgaria too, right? So
yeah, he should go down 3.
Down 3. So
yeah, could get Constantinople back.
Yeah, maybe gets Khan. Yeah, so maybe 2.
Aegean should support. We'll see if it happens. All right, fall of 1904. We do have Michael's positioning in Italy here does put him in the position of having a 50-50 guess right now, whether to protect Tunis or to protect Tyrrhenian Sea. I love that kind of guess. It's always fun.
Right, which
And
is why I think if you are in Tuscany and Tice here, well, then you're not. Then you're losing Tunis anyway. So I
exactly.
guess it doesn't matter because you need the extra. You're one fleet short, so it really
Yep.
doesn't matter.
Yep. Yeah, the only advantage to being in Tuscany here, I think, would have been if you could have gotten Jason to come into
Move
Ionian here,
move Ionian.
which
Yeah.
wasn't going to happen. But I do. All right. So really, one quick thing here is that I've definitely been in games as Italy where I have just ceded Tunis with the agreement that France turn around. I give them Tunis and they don't come after me. I think that's the sort of diplomatic move, Ed, that you were thinking about, right?
Yeah, and Claire in the comments says that's exactly the offer that she made.
Oh, yeah. I think you take that offer if you're Italy, but the problem is then you're growing either through a long-term alliance with Austria and the Turkish centers, or you're just stabbing Austria.
I mean, look, I don't think Italy is growing at all from this position.
Yeah.
But the problem is, I'm not sure if I'm Italy, I believe France.
Yeah,
Not that
that's
Claire
the
isn't
problem.
very believable, but it means that France has to grow then through England. And I don't see the two of them stabbing each other, but maybe.
Yep. All right, let's move forward here. Fall of 1904. Adam, to you.
Oh, that's awkward. Okay, I mean it's interesting choice, but leaves an awkward position. So is France even build? France is not building here. So that creates a great awkward position where now Italy is in Western Med. They've lost Tyrrhenian Sea, but they are sort of creating some guesses behind the line of France. So that's lots of fun. We'll create a good tactical position going into the spring of next year. But they are in Piedmont, so forth. So the French are working with the Russians at this stage. It's not really clear to me whether the Holland thing is an agreed upon bounce. I guess it probably is.
It has to be, but it's such a waste.
It's really not. It's really not good. It's really not good, right? Because you'd rather Sweden support London to Norway, and then Helgoland supports Denmark, right?
100%.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
This is, I don't know why these players have worked so well together. Oh my God.
Yeah, it's not ideal, but
what is Kiel? I mean, Kiel could support Denmark here. It'd be just as fine too. What is supports Prussia
Berlin
to
should
Berlin?
cut it in theory. I mean, it's not perfect. It's not perfectly secure because Darcy could have supported Berlin to Kiel here. I mean, that's something else he could have done, right? And that would have went. Right, so you could have used the last German unit somehow. What's really curious to me and suggests maybe some fraying in the relationship between Micah and Claire is the fact that Claire is supporting Darcy into Berlin, and that is not an alliance play. That's a more of a balance of power play, right? And so if I'm Micah, I'm not happy about that.
So Micah,
I think this is shenanigans.
Micah claims in the comments here to have been originally planning to help Darcy win. All right, Micah.
That plan clearly went out the back door some time ago.
Micah, tell us what changed your thinking on that plan, and we'll go from there.
Yeah, was it when Darcy did what you wanted and not take Berlin? Like, what did Darcy do? But anyways, look, and along here, this all smells to me of some arranged number.
On
you
whose part?
You think they're going to draw at like 777 or 888 or something like that?
No, maybe Micah would need one more. I don't think they would draw here.
So yeah. So what Micah says here is that they thought they wanted to at least show the position, did not feel good to just hand it over. So the plan was originally to hand it over, and then didn't like it. Winter 1904, we've got Fleet Edinburgh, Army Liverpool. That suggests that Micah thinks they have enough fleets and wants to see their armies do big things.
Elsewhere, what is Micah supposed to do? Yeah. How would Fleet Liverpool be received?
Not great.
Yeah, it's too bad. You actually you want to build actually two fleets here, I think, because you do. Well, actually, no. Darcy, I guess you're okay because Sweden can drop to Baltic since Darcy pulled the northern fleets, which makes sense. If Darcy doesn't pull the northern fleets here, though, you kind of wish you had another one.
I mean, so Mike is at 8 units, 4 fleets, 4 armies. That is unusual for England at this stage, but certainly opens up interesting possibilities. Darcy does take off those 2 northern fleets, and the only other adjustment on the board is Jason Gray putting down Army Budapest. Let's move forward here. Spring of 1905. And Ed, we're back to you.
Mike could have had a great stab, but I don't think she wants to stab Claire here. I think. All right, so advances London to Holland, does all the right moves with the fleet. Darcy's sort of, I guess, janissarying for Micah, as the best way I can put it, going to Silesia, Warsaw, just fighting Austria now. Turkey, good for Turkey, good for Aurora, cutting black. So Darcy loses Romania, Turkey remaining. I like one powers that try to remain relevant. That's always good for me. I mean, good to see. And then, the problem with getting Tyrrhenian Sea is the retreat, which I guess can be handled, but then there's the Venice problem for Italy. So bad news for Michael all around here. Not much else for me to say.
Adam, any thoughts on spring of 1905?
I think the only question is, does Micah decide she wants to get big in this game or not? If she decides she wants to get big, she can very easily get to 10, probably can get to, this game goes till what, 1909?
It's a 7-hour time limit, so max usually gets to like 1910, sometimes 1911.
I feel like she can pretty easily get to 10, maybe.
She could get more than that if she stabs. So Berlin, Munich, Belgium, these are all at play for her.
Well, I don't know how easy she gets. She certainly can get Berlin and St. Petersburg with just taking those off Darcy. Those are hanging in the breeze for her. The question is, does she want to go for stuff like Belgium, Munich, Moscow, Warsaw, Brest, right? So I think that's really going to determine how long this game goes on for. Is really Mike is going to drive this. Though it's going to we're going to have a big France in a moment, right? Because France is going to be up at least 2 this turn, it looks like.
Yeah, I think 1, depending on what Austria does, right? Because they can dislodge Venice, but you can't take Venice and keep either Rome or Naples.
Right. Yeah, it's going to be +1. Yeah.
All right. The answers are, according to Ed.
Well, got Naples back, but didn't take Venice. Micah goes to Brent's, improving her position. Tries to take Berlin. Didn't work. I think the craftier way to do this later on would be to convoy Denmark over to Livonia or Prussia or something like that, as opposed to trying this. Let's see here.
It's a curiously conservative set of moves here by Micah, right? York doesn't convoy. Getting the army into Livonia is, I think, it's a common thing now for experienced players to do. So interesting. Sorry.
It's very conservative.
Yeah.
I understand wanting to leave Yorkshire back, right? Because she's not building this turn, so she doesn't want to empty England. But I am surprised by the conservative moves in Germany. Holland held, right? This could have been, Kiel could have gone to Berlin and Holland following through, and she could have moved Denmark up to Sweden to start marching towards St. Petersburg. That way, she could have convoyed Denmark to Prussia or Livonia. There's a lot of options, she could have tried to convoy Denmark into Belgium, supported by Kiel. I mean, there's a lot of options. So,
props to Aurora. She could have taken Smyrna, actually, but I mean, who knows? Instead, just
Bulgaria.
instead, just going to Bulgaria with Russian support. So she's ping ponging back and forth here, which is hilarious.
Yeah.
All
right.
I think Bulgaria is not a great place, though.
It's not great, but it's your one power. Any place is a great place.
No, that's true. Yeah, you take whoever you believe. So I guess she believed Darcy more than she believed Jason that turn.
All right. So 1905 reflected no change in the alliance structure, just some forward movement in some places. So the current state of the game here is 8-8-8. England, France, and Russia. We have just 2 adjustments. We have a French fleet coming into Marseille and the Italian fleet in Tyrrhenian Sea coming off the board. And that takes us into spring of 1906. Adam, tell us what you see.
Wow.
So it looks like Micah is stabbing here. I'm just trying to see. So what is Holland's not supporting the move from Denmark to Belgium though, and I'm trying to figure out why
I think
not.
it is. I think it is.
It is. Yep.
So why did it not work?
It did.
It did work.
Oh, it did work. I'm sorry. I thought I saw. Okay. So that makes sense. And why is she not having Darcy take Munich in this position then? Wouldn't that be?
Because she's attacking Darcy in Berlin.
Yeah. Okay. Well, seems like it would have made. It seems like there was an argument to be made for her to put Darcy into Munich here, right?
It's obvious that Claire also figured out what's happening, right?
Yeah,
That's why. Yeah.
It seems like there's a play for her to say, "Hey, Darcy, I'm taking Berlin here. Why don't I put you into Munich? And it's helpful to both of us, and you don't lose a dot, and I'm happy, and I'm taking Berlin with a fleet, so I'm not going to just take Munich back after you, and all of that kind of jazz." So I feel like there was probably a case to be made there. Elsewhere in the East, France continues trucking. They're in the Adriatic, which is totally a fun place to be if you're France. And now Jason is on the defensive, and that Bulgaria thing really hurt him last turn. Yeah,
we didn't talk too much about that move back to Mid-Atlantic by Claire, but it'd be interesting to hear from the players, from Micah in particular. Did that trigger this stab, or was it going to happen anyway? And Claire was prescient in sort of seeing that.
Well, didn't Claire have to move there because there was at that time an Italian fleet in the West? I don't. Yeah, so there's cause for going there, but I think the mistake here by Micah is not stabbing. That should have been done. Is North Sea not moving to English Channel? Right? There's no reason it needs to support.
No, convoys.
Convoys.
North Sea's doing the convoy.
Yeah. Damn it.
Yeah, no, I mean, this is sort of the repercussions of not getting that convoy into Norway when it was possible, and it could have walked into St. Petersburg. I think Micah just doesn't have the fleets to be over there and actually follow through with an attack on Claire. At least, on the fleet side. Okay, let's go into fall of 1906 here. Here are how things play out. Adam, tell us about it.
Oh, it's nice moves by Micah to destroy that army in Ruhr. So now France doesn't get a choice in what gets disbanded. So that's pretty nice, because otherwise she might disband in the East. So that's a good play. Covers London, which makes sense. I think English is supporting Wales to London, thinking that Micah might try to self-bounce there. What else do we see in the East? I'm trying to figure out what Darcy is doing. I guess he's supporting Munich to Kiel while following into Munich. I guess. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. And now Darcy takes Bulgaria.
Bye-bye, Aurora.
Bye-bye, Aurora. Why does Khan not succeed? Why does AG into Khan not succeed?
Because Bulgaria goes to Khan.
Okay, why does AG into Khan not succeed? Because Khan went to Bulgaria.
Because Bulgaria goes to Constantinople. Khan goes to Bulgaria. No, by convoy.
Oh, it went by convoy?
Yep.
Oh, geez.
It wasn't support. It was supported by Romania, but it convoyed in.
All right. Yeah. That's not normally
this
how we
is
do it, that was
incredibly clever on Darcy's part. One can only assume that Darcy had some inkling about Bulgaria going to Khan and Aegean going to Khan. Although, I mean, there's really no reason for Smyrna not to go to Khan other than to tap Aegean. So I suppose this isn't a case of Darcy knowing. This is probably a case of Darcy having a cool set of moves that left open this possibility.
That's pretty wild. Okay, nice job, Darcy.
Yeah, Darcy might have known that Bulgaria was going to go to Khan. That might have actually been. Right. Okay, so yeah, this is quite a turn. This ends 1906 ends with Micah at 10 centers, now having the board top alone. Darcy in second place. Still a decent score for Darcy. Let's see, sitting at 60. which would increase Darcy's score a bit. And then Claire is sitting at 52. Claire has pointed out that that a middle score doesn't change her place in the standings very much, or overall standing score in any case.
I mean, just going back to that move, surely Darcy told Aurora that he would support her to con. And that's how he came up with that.
I don't know. I mean, what we're seeing in the chat is that it was meant to be a swap. So it was just the assumption is that Darcy was not expecting Aegean to go to con.
Which makes the tap from Smyrna to Aegean make sense. So yeah, okay. So they were supposed to be swapping here, and Darcy was just very, very fortunate. So well done. A combination of clever and fortunate, I think, in the end. Okay, so here we are in winter 1906. The adjustments are as follows: an army in Sevastopol, 2 more armies from Micah, which is curious. You would think Army Liverpool would happen here.
That's a draw. That's asking for a draw, right? I mean, there's nothing else. That just is asking for a draw. There's no reason why you wouldn't build 2 fleets here if you actually want to play the game on as England.
I agree. That's saying I don't want to fight you. I'm happy at this score.
Yeah, this is asking for a draw. 100. I mean, there's no other explanation.
And that is where the game draws. Spring of 1907 with Micah Blom, way back in like 17th place, getting a 10 center board top.
Nice game, and nice game by Darcy. You know, I gave him a little bit of shade at the beginning for that fleet build, and it worked out okay. I mean, it wasn't the strongest ending, but it was had a pretty decent game. So nice job, Darcy. Some very creative play there.
Ed, you want to say anything about Micah's performance here?
I mean, she knows how to play the game with a light touch. I wish I could play with a light touch. I'm just heavy-handed. But this diplomatic skill she has is really good. I mean, she benefits from Claire not needing a huge score and all the rest of it, but she recognized that situation. Props to her. I mean, she's great.
Yeah, I mean, it's one thing to have the good fortune of, an advantageous situation based on the players and what their goals are, but you still have to figure out what the goals are, find the path through it, and good players can do that. And Micah is sitting with that #1 DBNI ranking. To say that Micah is a good player right now is a bit of an understatement. All right, that concludes. That was the only game in round 1 of VDL, and we can take a look at the standings here. I'm
going quicker in the next game.
That
game didn't deserve an hour. Sorry, but congratulations, Micah.
Yeah, it wasn't quite an hour, but we talked a bit. But yeah, we'll move along more quickly. We have that does get Micah here up onto the top page here within the top 10, and with 2 more rounds to go, that opens up possibilities. Darcy Morris's score increases a little bit here, but now we have a nice little log jam here for those last 2 positions. So let's jump on into round 2 of VDL, the 258th game of the VDL's entire existence. Finds Christian Vukadin in Austria, Claire Bradbury playing back-to-back in England, Aurora Adaman also playing back-to-back from New York. So Aurora was starting round 1 in the middle of the night, and now is continuing with round 2. German is somebody for whom we haven't gotten a full name. Tuckbot Tully is the nom de plume they go by. Italy, we also don't have a full name for Carson. But in Russia, we have Matt Colburn playing out of Washington, D.C., my hometown. Welcome, Matt. And in Turkey, we have a familiar face, Micah Blom. So we have 3 players playing 2 boards in a row here. And they are in England, France, and Turkey. Claire and Micah probably glad to see themselves on the opposite side of the board. As far as Aurora and Claire go, do either of you, want to hazard a guess about what their first round means for what they might do on this board?
Nothing. Again, Claire is still on the top board, not in a position to get knocked off. So, probably just having some fun, wants to play some games, develop relationships. Aurora, I think, is not really. I don't remember Aurora's place, but I don't think they were in contention. So probably also just looking to have fun. They might be inclined to work together because if they think they're going to be, make it a fun game for both of them. But I don't think either of them is, even with a big score, it makes that much of a difference. So
Aurora, I just looked it up. So came into the day at 184
yeah,
points.
so not in contention for the top board. So this is just having fun, right? Play a game. Well, solo, I realize, but
Well, no, I mean, doesn't
two good scores. Two good scores would get Aurora.
2 good scores.
there's 2 more rounds, but I like Micah's position here because if I need a big score, and Micah does, I like Turkey. I'm either just gonna not get it and go home, or I'm gonna get a big score, and so I'd rather have that than anywhere else.
All right, let's move forward here and see how it goes. Adam will give you the odds. Tell us how 1901 starts.
Largely unremarkable, except for the Armenian fist bump that happens here, allowing Micah to get Ankara into Khan with an empty Black Sea. I think other than wise, I love the Venice to Tyrolia, always a great, strong opening for Italy that gets you in the conversation with everybody.
Everyone says that, but when I'm Germany, I hate that army there. Just makes me so mad.
Fall of 1901. Adam.
Okay. So Turkey gets out into the Aegean. Russia puts the army into Romania, perhaps an old school RT about to happen here. Italy convoys out to Tunis, keeping the fleet in the Ionian, as one likes to do when you're worried about Turkey getting the fleet out early. For the trouble of going to Tyrolia, they withdraw to Venice. Okay. South Coast Fleet from mid-Atlantic. That's something actually that used to be a very popular move. Don't see it as much these days because it freaks out Italy, but be cool to see what that all means and if that is presaging an early med battle here. England gets into Belgium uncontested, even though the Picardy army just holds, doesn't actually support them. So, and to Ed's point about being annoyed about that army in Tyrolia, leads to Germany covering Munich against it. Yeah, that's how it played.
I love this. I love this for Micah. I don't think Carson and Christian know what's about to happen to them. Like this is, if they're not going to start coordinating big time, this is advantage Micah, especially if France moving to Spain here and putting some pressure on Italy. So last thing.
Well, yeah, and I think it's premature to say that Italy and Austria are
I
not going
agree.
to coordinate, right? Because they're making all the moves that one would make in this position. I think it's wise that Tyrolia didn't go to Trieste, right? You want Austria to put down 2 armies here. You don't want to get your units tangled up if you're going to be fighting in RT. You want a convoy to Tunis to keep the fleet in the Ionian. I think the thing that's really going to be problematic is if Italy's also in a med war with France.
All right, we have winter 1901 adjustments, a lot of them around the board as usual. We have Fleet Con, maybe a slight surprise here from Micah. If it was full speed ahead with it RT, you would think Fleet Smyrna. But we do get 2 armies from Matt in Russia. Elsewhere, we have an army and a fleet from Germany who is played by David. I'll get that updated as quickly as I can. And Aurora, we have Fleet Brest, Army Marseille, and Claire puts down the French-friendly builds of Fleet Edinburgh, Army London. Any thoughts on Claire and Aurora's builds?
Other than the positions of the army and fleets in France, it's pretty triply looking. Fleet Berlin is always, pretty anti-German here. So not a lot of flexibility for Germany there, right? In terms of what they do with the fleet. I actually think if you're going to go anti-Russia and Western Triple with Germany, you're better off putting the fleet in Kiel and the army in Berlin here because it lets you immediately go right into Prussia and Silesia. So this is, even though it's friendlier to England to build it this way, it's a slower slog against the Russians if that's your intention. But that may not be what the intention is. Maybe you go up to Baltic here, or maybe you just slide things around and slow play it.
I'm not thinking Aurora is in a triple. Otherwise, I'd see Fleet Marseille.
Yeah, I think you're probably right, Ed.
All right, let's move forward. Spring of 1902. Ed, to you.
Yeah,
What do I know? Because this is about as good a triple moves as you can
about
see.
as triply as it gets, huh?
Yeah. So, it's me. So England goes all in against Russia here. Germany goes all in against Russia and Italy by moving to Tyrolia. Gets Italy back for that spring 1901 move. And France, Lyon, Spain, Piedmont, Burgundy. So this is a Western triple. And I will maintain that Mike is fine with this because everybody's got to turn around. Turkey loves Western triples. Let's see.
Just to be, make 2 quick points. One around the German builds that I made before. If this is a triple, right, instead of going Kiel to Berlin here, you're going Berlin to Silesia, right? So your position is one step further advanced. So that's one little piece of momentum that was lost here. The other is the Russian moves in the north of Sweden and St. Pete, tapping Finland. Obviously, Matt thinking they had nothing to do here, but there's not, if you have nothing to do, there's no reason not to be tapping Norway here, right? And I think so. I think this was a mistake, not to be sending one unit there, or just send both of them there to self-bounce in Norway instead of Finland. Then you don't have quite the same degree of pressure that you now have.
I think that's a good point by Adam. Also, it's like, Germany's probably going to Baltic, so if you're not going to tap Norway, at least get St. Petersburg to Finland, and that didn't happen.
All right, let's move forward here. Fall of 1902. Ed, back to you.
Russia loses Sweden. Convoy to Livonia from Germany, always good. Germany takes Belgium, presumably by agreement from Claire, who doesn't need a huge score. She just needs not to be attacked. That's awesome. Meanwhile, as I tell everybody, there's not much really Italy could have done here, but every time you see an army in Spain and a fleet in Gulf of Lyon, you got to think about that convoy to Tuscany. That's exactly what happens. Italy pulls back, this time getting Greece, presumably by agreement, for an extra fleet. Although sometimes if I'm Austria in this position, I'd say, well, I'll go to Ionian, but I guess that didn't happen. And Micah hangs on, doesn't lose Bulgaria. Could have happened.
Yeah, we're also seeing the downside of the convoy to Tunis, which I will say I was a proponent of early in this game when it looked like an RT. But now you've got that army sitting in Tunis with nothing useful to do, and you really wish it was back in Italy right now. So, but this is good news for Micah. It's good news for the Western Triple for right now. We will see how long the Western Triple lasts. That's always the question on everyone's mind.
Yeah,
Russia makes just the absolute wrong moves here. This is pretty inexcusable against an obvious Western Triple in the spring. That Warsaw's going to Galicia rather than pulling the units back up into Livonia and Moscow from this position. I mean, this is just, really not. You need to be very cognizant of what's happening on the board and read things here. I don't. Yeah, it's putting yourself way out of position here.
Michael holding on to Bulgaria here is pretty great, right? There's really not, with Austria and Italy working together, there's really no reason for it.
There's no reason.
Yeah, it's I mean, I think this is a sign of an experienced player playing next to people with less experience. And
I mean, if I'm Austria, I'm saying, hey, take Bulgaria, or something. Do it that way as opposed to giving up Greece.
Well, you're basically trading a center for Austria when you really need a fleet in the Ionian. So if Austria's not going Ionian, then Aegean should just be going back to Ionian here. Like, what's the point of what's the point of giving the dot here when you're just losing the momentum? Because you've got three fleets, and you're going to end with three fleets, because presumably Austria is just going to pull Albania, right? So what was the purpose of this?
Yeah, and the fleet is still going to be in Greece. But they could have had Bulgaria here, right? And you get the build.
Right,
And
well, yeah,
yeah. Okay, just too conservative here by Austria in particular. All right, winter of 1902, we do find Albania coming off the board to be replaced by fleet Rome. That army in Tuscany means that Venice is going to fall here, though, because Venice cannot support, or Rome cannot support Venice.
Well, or Tyrrhenian Sea is going to fall, depending on how they want to play it, right?
Yeah.
There's no good news.
No.
It's like, just say that. Things are falling.
Well, there is some good news on the board, and it is good news for Micah Blom because of Matt Colburn's choices in Russia for the disband. Black is the one that comes off the board, and boy, that's nice. All right,
That's
for
nice.
Turkey. Spring of 1903. Adam, to you.
Well, obviously, Micah has to go to the Black Sea here. You're going to need that unit to defend, right? So, so good for Micah. And yeah, so let's see, is Venice gone now? It looks like Venice is toast, right?
No, there's a standoff.
Because Tyrolia went in with, I can't tell what support he was.
So Venice goes to Tuscany with support from Rome and Tyrrhenian Sea. Tyrrhenian Sea is cut, but this creates a brace because Tyrolia is cut by Trieste. So this is actually quite good. This is really good tactics on Carson's part. Like, really good.
Yeah, very nice.
Those are excellent. And then look at Micah. I mean, the thing is, when you're Turkey in this position, you know, what do you owe anyone? And also, you can justify it all as saying, well, I'm just defending myself, but also now you're in maximum offensive capability. So everything's great.
Yeah, this is wild. All right, let's move forward here. If I can. Fall of 1903. Adam, back to you.
Yeah, got to cover Romania, Micah, right? Because we can't have Austria going there. So makes sense. So Turkey picks up a cool two centers here. It looks like they defend again. So Italy again, beautiful play by Italy. And now they've got Turkey and Ionian behind them, which will help lock things down. I mean, this is just great tactics again.
Fantastic.
By Carson.
Fantastic.
Yeah, really.
I'm a big fan of Carson. I gotta tell you that this is great, and making a friend with Micah. Micah doesn't take
this just great play. Just great play. Let's see. I can only assume that the Sweden thing was agreed upon. That looks like that looks agreed upon to me. It's probably beleaguering Sweden if Russia goes that way. If Germany takes the center, you're okay with that. So that's definitely not a stab. So the Western Triple is 100% still copacetic as far as I can tell.
go ahead, Brandon.
No, please, you Ed.
I love Bradley's point in the comment that Mike is too aggro. Bradley is the most aggro player in the community of diplomacy. And he's the one saying, oh, this time she should have let off the brake. I mean, like, I don't think Bradley needs to be teaching Michael lessons on aggressiveness on the board of diplomacy.
I was just responding to Adam's point about the Western Triple being copacetic. Like, they're all getting along with each other, but they're not advancing, right? Like, this is a perfect Western Triple for Turkey.
There's a little bit of conservative play, like the attack on Finland here. You know, it's a fall turn. Why not support Livonia to Moscow? Why not use St. Pete to support Livonia to? I mean, it's not going to work anyway. But yeah, I mean, look, their position is so dominant on Italy and Austria. And it will be on Austria, or certainly Italy and Russia right now. But you're right. I mean, there's only so many dots to divide amongst them, and Turkey's going to get the rest. So. Good for Micah.
As it turns out, actually, Livonia supporting St. Petersburg to Moscow and Barents supporting Norway to St. Petersburg would have worked. Though that might not have been obvious given, Warsaw. You might have assumed Warsaw would be supporting Ukraine to Moscow, but c'est la vie. But we do have the
And the
Turk in the
disband and the
corner.
disbands coming are going to make things a lot easier. Of course, then you're going to have all these fleets up north. There's 5 fleets up there that have nothing to do. Is going to be the issue, right?
Yep. Yeah. What do you build for your Micah here? Just 2 armies? No reason to build another fleet here, right? Or is
I
there?
think 2 armies, Anchor and Khan, go to Bulgaria and
two armies for 2 armies. Yeah.
Just go clean up the Balkans as well as you can.
Well,
The
you're gonna have
answers
to put
are
something in Sev now, right? Given the position, you're going to need to be able to support Moscow and all of that. So that's pretty obvious, right? So, and then the other one's got to go to the Balkans because Austria's no help. So you're just going to have to go deal with that.
so the English and German exchange of a center basically transferred that Swedish army into Munich and changed its color, and Claire gets a rebuild in London. That's about it. We have some disbands from Russia and Austria on the front lines. No surprise. Let's move forward here. Spring 1904, down to you, Ed.
Warsaw to Ukraine. I guess Russia didn't like that taking of Romania there. That's really good. Germany's now, and I mean, because Moscow is gone, but Warsaw wasn't. That's tipping the scale. Finally, some diplomacy here against Micah. Germany and Moscow and Warsaw. England convoying to Norway, so no pressure on those German centers yet. Micah advances into Tyrrhenian Sea with Italian help, but Italy does. Fortress Italy finally has its first crack with losing Venice and Rome. Really good for Aurora at just the right time here. That's all I got, fellas.
All right, one of those should come back, I believe, but only one. And the answer is one of them does come back. Ed, to you.
Italy does take back Rome, but for Carson's troubles, loses Tunis with French help here. Let's see here.
Micah.
And then Micah takes Greece. Yeah, well, I mean, if you're going to stab, I mean, to be fair, how much longer was Italy going to live at this point? So sometimes you got to cut bait. Carson was the bait. Meanwhile, Austria working with Germany here. So everyone against Micah except France for one turn. So we'll see if the Western Triple continues or what will be in store for Micah. Well, they gotta if they're worried about her, they gotta kill her. They gotta go all the way. And that almost never happens. 1 in 20 times do I see a Western Triple work.
To take over the whole board, you mean, and eliminate Turkey?
Oof, that takes so long. That takes so long.
Winter 1904. 2 more armies if you are Micah Blom.
No, you need another fleet now. Maybe 2 more fleets.
Oh, because
at least 1 fleet. Probably just 1. If you're trying to get France to turn around, it's probably just 1 fleet, and you tell them, you need to defend yourself. But
I built 2 fleets.
Well, suddenly you have a Romania problem here, right?
Yeah.
If everyone's allied against you.
Yeah. Nobody's pulling, right?
Except Italy. Italy has to pull 3 here, so
yeah,
probably everything but the 2 fleets, maybe in Rome and Naples, and
army and fleet makes sense.
Kept army North Africa, I guess, as an offer to
so funny
help France.
It's so interesting that France would support the Turks. I mean, I guess it makes sense. You support the Turks into Tunis, and now Italy is more annoyed at Turkey, so you then have them on side and just fighting Turkey for you. So
it's a Western Triple with 3 Janissaries against Turkey. I think if you look at it that way, that's the way this is happening.
You're pretty much right. I think you're pretty much right.
Micah has played a pretty cutthroat game here, I think, which isn't their normal game, right? And we're going to see. I mean, it will take a lot of diplomatic work to sort of carry it forward from here. but Micah's certainly capable. All right, so we do have an
Bradley may have been right. Maybe Mike shouldn't have stabbed. I can't believe I said that.
We do have only one fleet built from Micah, and that is in Smyrna. Aurora puts on another fleet in Marseille. We get another army in London from Claire, who's I think having a good time after a testy end to the previous game in the alliance with Micah. I think Claire is just sort of enjoying being in this alliance that's working. And that has like long-term prospects. All right, spring of 1905. We are back to you, Adam, for the play-by-play.
Any game where you're England in Sev in 1905, I mean, that's a good game, right? So, and Claire just convoyed London to St. Pete over 3 years. So,
Yeah, that's
awesome. You just gotta love this. You just gotta love this, right? And you've got nothing to worry about in the West because none of your dots are in the West. So who cares? Really, like, super fun game, I'm sure, for Claire. What else? Oh, and they got support from Turkey into Sev too, so that's cool. Romania, in fact, is toasted right here. That is probably not surprising. Tunis is also toasted here. Also not a surprise, given everything that's happening in this game. And France is about to finish off the Italians, walking into Rome and presumably going to take Naples in the fall. So this could be 3-build year for France if somebody else doesn't do it. I just love the Janissary play. Let's leave our centers open and let Germany walk into Vienna and all of this kind of stuff. As long as we get to spite Micah, it's all good.
I want to give props to Aurora and Carson for what is surely a coordinated plan to blow up the fleet here, right? Because I'm sure, I mean, given Carson's moves here, I'm sure Carson was happy is fine with Aurora ending up in Ionian here and sort of advancing quickly. But this way, that fleet is gone. And just well done to both of them for recognizing that is better than getting the position in Ionian more quickly.
I think the only question on my mind in this game is, does it stay as a Western triple, or does somebody get the idea that, like, oh, I can get a really big result out of this some way? And I think they've positioned themselves reasonably well, so that's not going to be the case.
I think the question would be who's gonna be the one to think that.
Yeah, Claire has no incentive to do it. I don't know that Germany does, because I don't think they're in contention. I guess Aurora with a huge game might bring themselves into contention for a top board. So maybe France is the only one that has the incentive, and they may just not want to do it.
Yeah, I wonder about Claire's incentive. So Claire came into this in 5th. There's still, she doesn't necessarily know how many games are going to be left. Could be 2 or 3. Like her position isn't secure, and there's also the question of seeding to go. So my guess is that if Claire sees the opportunity for a big score, they might go for it. Time will tell. Fall of 1905. Adam takes through it.
Well, we have an ET. We have a Witches Alliance now, because now, in exchange for the move on Sev, Claire is now supporting Micah into Romania. That's kind of fun.
They're getting the band back together, Claire and Micah.
Yeah. But that's really the only meaningful thing. Everything else is pretty much what you'd expect. Italy is done. Thank you very much for playing. Austria is now down to their Budapest and Trieste. Russia is done. Thank you for playing. So I think it's now a question: do they want to take out Austria? Do they want to push on Micah? Does somebody want to go for a big result, or is this going to end in 1906, 1907?
Yeah, the moment of truth is here, isn't it, Ed? What do you think happens? What do you think? Who has the best opportunity to make a big move here and try to bank a big score before we see the moves or the builds?
I think Claire or Aurora have. I mean, Claire has essentially 3 superfluous fleets with a build. France's fleets are sort of out of position, but can build in Brest and Paris. I mean, the problem is if all the fleets come back and you lose sort of your surprise at that point. I think the builds will reveal the story if France or England go to war, because I don't think Claire's going to change her mind.
I think that this is going to be this could be your usual in quotes Western triple where it's actually becomes an EF. I don't think anybody stabs independently, but I think that this could very well be England and France can certainly take out the German dots very easily from this position if that's what they want to do, and they can both get a lot bigger that way. I think that's the easiest path than England or France trying to fight each other.
What are the builds on Aurora's part that might tip us off?
Fleet breasts. It's the only thing I care about if I'm England right now.
I don't think you do. I don't think fleet. I think it's fleet. I think it's Army Brest, Army Paris, Fleet Marseille are the builds.
No, but he's saying what would be the tip off on the builds.
Well, I mean, Fleet Brest. There's only one reason for Fleet Brest, which would be if you're going to go aggressive again. You know, you either think you need to defend against England or you want to go against them. You don't have a play against England as France,
Right.
so I don't know why you would do it from that perspective, unless you think that England's going to, jump on you right now. So maybe you do it if you're as a defensive play, because of course France has 3 builds, but it's certainly there's no play against England here for France. I don't.
The other thing is,
there's no play for England against France.
But the other thing is, if I'm Germany and I see Army Paris, Army Marseille, I mean, I'm not happy about that either. I think France is in a position where France, like, unless France just builds Marseille with 2 waves, my suspicions up.
All right, let's find out.
Yeah, totally. This is what I said. Yeah, this is expected. This is they're going to take. I think they take out Germany here, but maybe not. I don't know.
All right, we do get another fleet from Micah in the south, who's, hasn't gotten knocked back too far. Got the nice little turn to help England help them, and Micah definitely has opportunities. Kind of feels like any of these 4 have the chance to make some noise here. 1906 should tell us the direction of this game, and what does it look like, Ed?
Well, one might think that this is a stab, but it could have been a lot worse having the fleet in North Sea go to Belgium as opposed to a convoy. Maybe Claire didn't want to wants to keep the army on the island as ultimate insurance, but maybe it's arranged. I don't know, but we're seeing Germany get Budapest, Turkey get Trieste with German support. Interesting. And France just push it into the Med, and I'm just not buying that this is a stab. This looks to me more like evening out the supply center chart.
I agree. It does not look like a stab to me either.
You got to wonder if Mike is going to be able to hang on to Trieste here, or if this is another sort of rope-a-dope, one of the Western Triple members, which has now happened with France and England. They have both helped Turkey one turn and then moved on them quickly after that. And we have our answer.
Yeah.
Yep,
France gets Trieste. Yeah. England takes Romania.
Yep.
Yeah. Story here is goodbye, Austria. Goodbye, Christian. Thanks for playing. Hard when you're getting attacked from literally everybody to do better than what you did. Yeah. So the question is whether the triple just goes on as far as it can, given the time amounts, or do they just whenever they
999 and call it a game? It's about to be 999, so this could be calling it right here.
I think they're going to kill Mike.
I want to take a moment just to congratulate Carson on actually a pretty well played game under difficult circumstances. Lots of good stuff here, and absent some diplomatic magic, I don't think Carson really had much more to do in this game other than play good defense. Which is
do you mean Christian in this case?
I think he means Carson, Italy.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Carson's been out for a year, but yeah. I mean, Carson did play a great
Sorry,
game.
I was thinking I was agreeing with you guys that the game feels like it's wrapping.
I just wanted to say, I think it'll wrap at the end. I think they'll try and kill Micah or leave her at 1. But I think Carson, I don't know you, and I don't recognize the name, but I hope you play more. That was really inspiring to play bad hand as well as you did.
I agree. All right, let's push forward here. Winter 1906. We get another fleet from Micah. We get a couple more builds from Claire. We now have Micah clearly being pushed back while the Western Triple is ascendant, 1099. Do they continue into 1907? They do. So now the question becomes, I think, as Ed, you put it, is are they just going to play until they eliminate Micah? And
Well,
They
they're
can't
going to
eliminate
go
Micah.
11, 11, 11, 1, I think.
They'll Fogel you
Yeah, I
in
think
honor of Brandon.
I don't think they're going to eliminate her.
Okay, so now it's just really tactics, whether they're doing the tactics well or not, because the diplomatic situation, I think the alliance structure is pretty clear. Kind of looks like Micah is pulling back, sort of leaves Serbia, probably trying to get clever about a convoy to Albania.
I think this doesn't matter, right? Her position is compromised. They're going to take her
Yeah.
out if they're working together. So
Yeah.
she's
Well,
got
what
this-
you need to do here is Turkey is if you think it's 11, 11, 1,
No,
is you
look,
want to
she's
unbalance it.
She's convoy. She's putting them in Khan and Ankara. Obviously, she knows she sees the writing on the wall, so she's going to just speed it up.
Let's just speed it up is
Yeah.
what
There you
Micah
go.
is saying. All right, so it's winter 1907. So this is kind of the moment of truth, right?
This should end. There's no reason this doesn't end.
The builds are interesting, right? Fleets Brest, Liverpool, and London, and Berlin. So
This is gonna end.
everyone's building fleets. Does not end in spring of
What?
1908.
What?
Well, why would England draw? Like,
Well-
unless you wanted to do the Fogel.
Because I thought they wanted a Fogel. I guess.
Who has the advantage? Who can snag the lone board top here? Because
Out of England's
that's why
position.
this game continues at this point, right? Unless Micah is the one voting down the draw here, right? It's a complex
Maybe
tactical
Micah
situation.
could vote down the draw here just for fun. That's
Yep.
true. Yeah, Micah could do that.
Yep.
I don't know I mean, who has the best position? There's so many holes in everyone's position if they keep playing. It's actually, if Micah voted it down, that's really funny.
Yeah. I mean, Claire can get Smyrna as long as Bulgaria doesn't tap, but France can walk into Vienna here.
There's so many holes in everyone's position.
And it's also a question of how long the game would go on, because they can probably get to 1910, and this is what we have.
Yeah.
Okay, this feels like everyone's agreed that Claire can get the 12. And
So they're going to let her take it.
that is what happens in 1908. So Micah does get eliminated, and the game does end 12, 11, 11. So well done, Claire Bradbury, for negotiating this ending. Presumably there were standings considerations going in that. Maybe Aurora is not planning to play round 3. So knowing that a 12 center board top wasn't enough to get them onto the top board. Yeah. Does this you guys want to synopsize this game as
I think Micah just gave a good synopsis in her comment. Turkey is supposed to do well in a Western Triple.
My thinking is this: Aurora's got a long shot. I mean, Tukbatali, I don't think is on the top 2 boards. It probably meant Claire can rise a point. It defends her. She's playing these games to defend her position. I don't have a problem with Claire getting the top here if I'm one of the other players. Maybe Aurora had an argument, but right. That's 3 games in a row. That's Cody Green marathon style.
Yeah.
Like, it's hard to play 3 in a row.
Iron person, we'll say. Hard not to like how Claire sort of managed this game, right?
Yeah.
I mean, maybe we don't say that if Claire ends up being one of the 11s, but or maybe we do and just talk about the sort of creating the opportunity to get the score that you need. But certainly the way that this game played out was very low stress for Claire and ends in a good score that surely cements their place on the top board. So well done, Claire. And with that, we will turn to our featured league of the night. And I just realized I'm not doing the style things that Brian probably wants to do, like this.
Yeah.
Yeah, baby.
That just lands us back here because I need a second to restart VDL or restart Dipcast here. Do you guys want to say anything about sort of VDL more generally while I do this? Ed, you've played in it a bunch. Adam, you haven't, but you've called a lot of these league nights. Maybe talk about what VDL sort of means in the broader landscape of the hobby currently.
I think
I see.
VDL is an amazing, important part of the hobby. It is a incredible way to get people from all over the world together, playing together. We just saw in those two games, we had people from Europe and Australia and North America all playing in one game together from their own living rooms, but having a great time. Clearly, there was a lot of fun shenanigans on that last board and competitive style games. I think it's just incredible that this has become part of the diplomacy circuit. It adds so much. It has its own community associated with it, and it's part of the broader diplomacy community. Could not be happier. This is the 5th year. Is that right?
I think
year?
6th.
6th year of VDL. I mean, what a amazing group, and the organizers of this have just done an amazing job. I don't know what else to say.
I go back to, I got into VDL because a blast of the past. I don't know why he doesn't play anymore, but John Anderson, who's done more for me than so many people will even realize, and all we do on a board is fight, but I love the guy. He told me, he's like, hey man, we need another player. Just come on. And like, it's a league. It's fun. It's August. You'll have a fun time. And you get to know all these people and build relationships. It's a low stress entry into the game. And the league format is so interesting and fun. And the relationships you develop over a whole year fighting for the top spot, which Brandon, I think, got in season 2, if I'm not mistaken. And what is frustrating about it and great about it at the same time is the league format. You don't see that so much, but who you are plays out over a series of 8 or 9 months and how they play these games for the payoff. And the real challenge is that top board ain't the league anymore. So all these players playing in the league and doing all the things they did to get to the top of the league, only to realize that it's like the actual game of Survivor is, we all did it. We got to the mountaintop of the top board. Now it's so cutthroat on that top board. And we've had that season 2 game was great. I think the season 3 game, if I'm not mistaken, the McAllis one was interesting. And so you have to change styles. And if you don't realize that, they're not friends anymore. No one's friends on the top board.
I was the season 3 winner. McAuliffe was season 4. Season 2 was Nicola Taillet.
That was the great game. That was maybe the best game I've ever seen.
I was on that board. I was Italy to Nicola's France, and it was McAuliffe was in Russia. That was definitely a high energy game. Really fun. Season 1 winner was Tanya Gill.
Don't remind me.
Season 4 was Nicola Taillet, and season 5 last year, the reigning champion is Jordan Connors. So it's a good list of champions. And I think
except for you,
except for me, one of the things I think the league format sort of does is it, there aren't real flukes. I don't think it's strong players rising to the occasion and winning. And this year we're going to have a lot of apparently some new players. Playing in the top board who haven't played before, or players like Justin who, shot up last year and made it to top board and had a learning experience, and we'll get another shot this year. All right, let's move on over to the Snake Pit. And the Snake Pit is Australia's virtual diplomacy league. Of course, anyone around the world is allowed to play in it, but the times are friendly for the Australia and Oceania time zones. This is how the top board lined up, and this was the number 1 seed Darcy Morris, who we've already seen play tonight in VDL. The number 2 seed was Connor Muirhead, who was not able to play. And so that allowed Jason Gray to slip in at the number 7 seed down at the bottom. But that also allowed Stuart Barton to take the number 2 seed. Max Wanji Banks, who has been a frequent appearer on coverage here in the 3rd seed. Liam Healy, number 4. Some guy named Jamal Bukhari, who we've maybe heard something about before, in 5th seed. And Cody Miller in 6th. And let's see here. They did have a Paris method. Although I will tell you now that they do not use the Paris method for the tiebreaker. in
What's the point?
it just allows you to have the balance between choosing your power versus who you're playing against and seeing where other people are situated. Their tiebreak, if there's a shared board top, so if there's a lone board top, that person is automatically the season champion. If there's a shared board top, then the scores are just counted towards as like a fourth score. They just replace the other best score, and then the winner is calculated that way. So the number one seed here, Darcy Morris, could still win even if they don't finish in the top spot, if there's a shared board top ahead of them, but not big enough to get one of those players to pass them in the standings.
Huge advantage.
Big advantage.
And Darcy actually needs an advantage because he had nothing but really horrible top boards. Okay, and this needs to be a comeback story for Darcy. I got to see that there's some top board chops from Darcy. He's got everything but the top board. And who am I to talk? But at least I try on top boards.
What do you think Darcy's fatal flaw has been on top boards? Can you say?
As my old flaw, which I've totally overcorrected for, is there ain't no alliances on the top board. It's not. And he's been stabbed a lot, and I've seen it happen a lot on top boards for Darcy. I mean, he's been on 2 at least this year, right? He's been on Summer Classic, and he's also been on the Nexus or Olympus finals that both ended up being horrible for him.
All right, let's see how the Paris method shook out. So Darcy did stay in the number 1 spot for selection order and took France. The only other movement we had was Stuart Barton and Max Wanji Banks, both dropping below Liam Healy and before Jamal Bukarli. So we have France. Any thoughts about how this Paris method played out? Any surprises other than maybe Germany going higher than 5th? Ed, we'll start with you.
No thoughts.
I think this looks about what you would expect to see, right? This is a pretty typical Paris method draw. France going first, and I mean, Russia often goes higher, but sometimes people don't like Russia because it's Russia can be great, but it doesn't suit everyone's playing style. And seeing where some of the countries landed, I think that might have impacted people. I think the interesting thing is seeing France and England taken, and then somebody just jumps right in and takes Germany. So Max probably really felt like he could work with Stewart and or Darcy there.
I actually do have some thoughts, which is I think Darcy picked the right country. Max obviously thinks he's got a relationship with somebody. If you're thinking about a Paris method, which I tend to do, it's not just the power you want to play. It's also taking powers away from people who can play those powers well. I would not want Jamal in Russia. That is tailor-made for a player like Jamal. And then Jason Gray in Turkey, we'll see what happens, but there's so much history, and Jason's such a fabulous player. So those are the 3 I'm looking at, the Russia, Turkey, France, but who knows?
All right, let's dive in. And let's see, Ed, we'll go back to you for the play-by-play to start out with. Spring of 1901, what do you see?
Unusual bounce in Burgundy, which usually means that England can take a walk into Belgium, should they like it. So that is non-standard in the modern sort of meta. And then the Russian-Turkish cooperation, again, an Australian and Jamal gets a fleet into Romania on spring 1901. We see this so much in the Australian meta. We see it a lot. And coupling that with moves to Ukraine and Sev, no bounce and Gal. So I wonder if this is just a play for the black. It's all very curious.
Yeah, it's got. I mean, if you're not in an ART, it's hard for Turkey to want that, like we were talking before. Fall of 1901. Tell us what you see.
Well, no move to the black. Instead, we see the bounce in Gal in fall of 1901. A little unusual, but Jamal was not worried about even supporting Romania there. And England does take the walk into Belgium. So it's 2-2-2 in the West, and Italy just convoys to Tunis. No, it looks like there's no momentum against Jason that you might see sometimes. And Austria gets there too. And so the only thing that's curious are these Russian moves. and what will come of them. I hope this is. I suspect this is Jamal's play to induce a fleet Smyrna, and then to sneak in on Turkey. That's what I think. But Jason is a poker player. He'll see that a mile away.
Adam, your thoughts?
Well, what does Armenia mean here, I guess, is one of the things on my mind.
Yeah, we saw that before in the
Yeah.
first game, and you really didn't like it.
Yeah, well, I don't dislike it here because this is a very different position than what we had in the first game, right? In this case, the fleet went right to Romania, which allowed Moscow to go directly to Sev. So here, I think it's just probably almost looking at it as a defensive play, right? Because Sev can sneak right into Armenia. If Russia is really friendly, as it were, Moscow doesn't have to go down to Sev. It can go up to St. Pete. It can go do a whole lot of other things here, right? So if I'm in Jason's position, I'm probably thinking, why is it in Sev, right? So I think it's reasonable and not in the kind of aggressive way that it was in the other game. Now the question becomes, does Jason build Fleet Ank or Fleet Smee here?
Big question.
I'll be stunned if it's Fleet Ank, to be honest, but you never know. Smyrna,
Yeah.
it is. We get 2 armies from Austria. Cody bypassing the option to build the electric fleet Trieste in 02 or 01 rather. Elsewhere, we have Fleet Brest that pops out. We have Fleet Kiel and Army Munich, and we have Fleet London. So definitely not a Western Tripoli looking set of positions in at the end of 1901 here.
Looks like an FG, and then I'm just drawn to this Balkan situation, right? Like, are they going to blow the fleet up in Romania with somebody, or are we fighting? Like, I need to know.
Gosh, this could be anything in the West. This is furious conversations right now. This could be anything. I mean, anybody could go. I mean, this could be an FG. It could be an EF. It could be an EG. I mean, I don't think anything's impossible here. Who gets the best offer? Who makes the best offer? And who does everyone want to work with? For a top board, often.
We have a note here to let us know that negotiations are allowed in winter phase for the snake pit. That's unusual.
Yeah,
love that. I love that rule. I love it.
Yeah.
You were saying, Adam?
No, let's see the turn.
All right. Spring of 1902. I think we have part of an answer in multiple places. Adam, we are on to you here.
Well, it certainly looks more like an FG, though. Burgundy is interesting to see in the context of that, right? But otherwise, it certainly looks like an FG. England clearly thought it was an EF, and they thought wrong because they dropped to Skag. They try to go to Helgoland and get bounced out of everything here. In the east, Italy convoys back to Apulia, and Austria and Turkey appear to be working against Russia here. They destroy the fleet in Romania, which is great news for Jason, who will be able to get out into the Black Sea right away. So this looks like it might, I mean, it's not clear what Italy's doing here. I guess that's really going to be the question, but they haven't done anything aggressive. The failure to go Venice to Tyrolia here says they're not quite into the AIT, but they still maybe will be in the fall now that they have the army back home. And there's no reason to get into a med battle yet.
Ed, how big of a deal is Darcy getting into the channel here?
It's obviously all defensible at this point, but I wouldn't. I mean, I think this is. I'd love Darcy's positioning here. So Darcy would rather be in the channel than anything else. What I'm looking here is that I think I see an FG. What's Jamal going to do about that? I mean, Jamal going to support Denmark? Is Jamal going to snag Norway, or Jamal going to play footsie here? But that's usually the killer on the FG, not the killer, but one of the counters is for Russia to help Germany. And is that going to happen?
Or to help England, you mean, against Germany?
Correct.
Yeah.
Well, I think. Oh, helping England against Germany. Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
And he doesn't support Norway to Skagerrak. which is the usual thing to do if you're helping England. I don't know, and I'm sorry to not answer your question.
Though you don't necessarily have to write that support, right? Because Skagerrak usually is not going to be contested in this position, right? Germany's usually going to go to either Baltic or Helgoland. Skag is possible, but it's less usual.
Knowing Jamal, he would probably have tried to get Isaac to make. I'm sorry, this is not. So Isaac replaces who started out in there.
I don't know.
Let's see. Germany
And the other thing
was Max,
yeah,
so it's Max at this point. Isaac replaces Max in 1905.
It's still Max. The other thing is that is Italy alone? That's what I keep trying to debate. Is Italy just without friends or not? That's a key question here.
Well, let's find out in fall of 1902. And Adam.
Okay, so it looks like the build that Austria got in Romania is traded to Italy over Trieste in exchange for Italy going west and getting an early fleet, getting an early Med war in. And that's actually is not terrible for Italy, given that France just convoyed into England and only sent one fleet south. So that's be interesting. And France doesn't have a build coming, and Italy does. So it's a decent play. It's an interesting choice by Liam here, and certainly will be good. What's interesting in the Turkey is that Jason clearly doesn't trust Austria enough to move into the Black Sea, or just doesn't want to fully commit. I find this a little odd because I don't see a lot of world where Romania attacks Bulgaria with support of Greece, and Budapest drops into Serbia to prevent Bulgaria from retreating there. So Bulgaria didn't need a support here, right? And Jason's a good enough player to know that. So I think there's some kind of slow play going on here, and I wonder why that is.
I don't have an answer for that question. I'm really liking this game. We're seeing different things, but still high quality stuff. Darcy getting to Wales is obviously very good. Not good that we're getting a lot of Italian pressure, but I think the players are seeing this. And I don't know what North Sea is ordering. That's the one thing I don't understand.
Supports London to hold.
As opposed to cutting Helgoland?
Yes.
Interesting. I don't think Jamal likes that.
Yeah, I mean, I think the one argument you could make there, well, it should just be, supporting Sweden.
Just support the attack from north.
Yeah,
right?
that's all you need to
that's
do.
fine.
Just support the attack. If you don't want to move it, that's fine. But just support the attack.
It is peculiar. So Denmark supports English Channel to the north. That's what that red dotted line is. Yeah, that has to be some sort of mistake. All right. Winter 1902 finds an army in Belgium and a fleet in Naples, and that is it. Let's move forward here. Spring of 1903. And Ed, we're back to you.
Now Jason goes to the black, noting Adam's point earlier. Italy, I don't really understand the Italian relationship other than with Austria, other than Cody did give Italy Trieste, but Italy is committed all in against France here. Darcy is self-bouncing in Marseille and taking Belgium. Wow.
Why is Germany? It looks like Germany is giving France Belgium here, and I just don't understand why.
I assume Germany's worried about Austria and Italy coming to the line here.
So is this not so much giving Belgium as it is moving to Ruhr to protect Munich?
That's what I would guess.
So okay, so France is maybe stabbing. It's an odd way to stab Germany, isn't it? And it's an odd time to stab Germany when you are fighting Italy. So it seems to me like it's an agreement. That doesn't seem like normal top board play, right?
I don't know. I think Darcy thinks progress against England's going to be slow. It's going to take a long time for, maybe not too long, looking at the moves, but it would be theoretically difficult for Italy to take him down. He probably didn't know all this was happening. Germany, maybe there's an EGR kind of thing here because Germany can go down fast, right? And that might be what he's thinking. Like somehow get a fleet build in Marseille is what I need because of Italy. But whether Germany's doing this by agreement or not, that's whether Isaac's doing this by agreement or not is unknown.
It's Max at this point still, but let's find out in fall of 1903. And Ed, we're still with you.
Yeah, he can't get the fleet built in Marseille because I guess he was worried that Leon may go to Marseille with Piedmont support. Meanwhile,
there was a 50-50 guess there, and
yeah. Well, okay, that's true. I see Jamal against Denmark with English support. Okay, so that Jamal and England are working together. I got that. Good news, bad news for Jamal. The taking of Denmark is good. The loss of Sevastopol with an army is bad. So I guess we're seeing an AT as best we can. I'm sorry in my commentary so certain because these move sets are not what we typically see. So I'm just looking at this in real time and finding it all really fascinating, trying to figure out alliance structures. It's kind of how I play the game, and at least in terms of thinking. And I'm struggling. Who's Germany with here? I guess not England. But where's France? I don't know. I don't know the answers to these questions, guys.
Adam, you have any light you want to shed?
No, I mean the position for Germany is really rough at this point. Giving France Belgium just not good, right? Because now you're down. Now you're pulling 2 units off the board. That's really problematic.
And you can tell it was a gift, or at least that Germany was okay with it because he doesn't.
Yeah, he doesn't try to take it back. I mean, he's not doing anything with. I feel like these. You give France Belgium, and then you feel like you need to support yourself in Holland because France is now going to support England into Holland or something. I mean, it's very conservative play here, right? There's a lot more that he could have done to protect his position. That just didn't happen. So.
All right. Well, the net effect is that England picks up one of the German builds, and Turkey also picks up one of the German builds by way of Russia, and they use these builds thusly. We get another fleet from Darcy Morris in Brest, and Jason puts down an army in Constantinople. Think you might wonder if you are Austria, if that's the build you want to see. Adam, how would you feel about that?
It is certainly not the build you want to see if you're Austria, right? I mean, it's certainly that all being said, I mean, I guess there's ways you could try to get it in play against Russia. I'm not sure what they are. I guess if Austria supports Sev to Ukraine, but you're probably not getting Ukraine. So I think, I'm surprised. I think Jason, he goes to. I think Jason's working with the Italians. Very happy with Liam being in that advanced position. So doesn't want to spook him with another fleet. So I think that makes sense. The other build that I guess in this case removal that I think is interesting is Germany pulling Baltic instead of Helgoland. They think from this position that they have a better pitch to work with England, and with England taking over the north and ceasing versus staying in Helgoland, which is much more anti-English, right? But I think if they do it the other way, they have a good argument to make to England, like, hey, okay, fine, you got the north, go take Sweden, put you in Denmark for the moment, or you put me in Denmark, you go up to St. Pete, we've got this whole thing taken care of. So I think that may have been a mistake on Germany's part. Bohemia certainly makes sense.
All right, let's move forward here and try to parse through what we see. And Adam, to you, spring of 1904.
All right, so let's start in the West, where the French now support themselves out into the mid-Atlantic. It looks like Italy is turning around. They've decided they're not going to get play um, on France, which actually is surprising, right? Because it's still a 50-50.
Yeah,
They still have a 50. They still have a 50-50 here, so it's actually kind of surprising that they're just turning around, because it's going to take some time. But maybe they have, agreement from Turkey to get Greece or something like that. But this is great news for Jamal, because it lets now Jamal has Turkey and Austria fighting, so able to retake Sev. England is continuing to put pressure on the Germans because the Germans are in Helgoland. So yeah, I mean it's good for Jamal for sure. Really
Jamal,
good
yeah, I don't
really
know if you
good.
noticed, but Jamal turns on Germany here, actually supports north into Helgoland.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
That makes sense. Because what good is Germany doing at this point?
Yeah, and it gets Skagerrak out
Get
of
Skagerrak out, there's
Yeah.
England's no longer any danger to them. Makes sense to do
it's
that.
natural, savvy diplomatic play from a savvy diplomat. All right, so sad news for Austria. Not things not working out the way that they might want. Let's move into fall of 1904.
Okay. So what the Italian turnaround allows is it allows Darcy to now make a move against England. So they're up in the Irish Sea because they don't want a prolonged Med war. That makes sense. I guess I spoke mistakenly around the arrangement between Turkey and Italy, because it looks like the Italians are moving on the Turks. I don't really get that. Their position is not, they're not really set up to do that, but maybe they just were not able to make headway, I guess, with the Turks to get Greece or something. And then in the north, England is trying to make I guess Germany's just supporting themselves, so nothing. Actually, does
Had
Holland go?
had
No.
France supported the
Had
move,
France supported it, would have went, but France did not get involved in that, which makes sense because Darcy's now attacking the English.
you do wonder though, with Jamal and Russia going +2 here and now actually taking the board top lead, if Darcy's strategic considerations might look different now. He might see England as, an opportunity or someone who could help hold back Jamal on the other side of the board.
Oh, he absolutely should. He should be working with England against the Germans and let England go in the north. I think you're absolutely correct, Brandon.
What do you build if you're Jamal here, Adam?
South Coast.
Yeah, you've declared against Germany now with England on side, so it's the same consideration in that last game.
Yep.
South Coast Fleet. All right, Jamal likes to wave. Let's see if he does it here. The answer is North Coast.
That's something you can do, though. It's an interesting choice when you've got a fleet in Denmark just kind of hanging in the breeze. But
yeah, and it's certainly, this is the reverse calculation of what we were just talking about with Darcy. Jamal might view England as a good bulwark against France, but certainly this does not give England the freedom to do that. Let's see.
I'm reading the comments. Jamal says it was asked for by England.
Oh, well, okay. Well, if England asked for it, then hey, there's no reason not to do it.
Yeah, I guess if England asked you for that, then sure, happy to do that. Happy to go out to Norway and support the North Sea from Norway if that's what you want me to do, right?
Yeah, no, 100%. And again, this is where being able to negotiate during build phases is, changes the nature of the game, because that, without that would have had to have been negotiated beforehand. Otherwise, you have to tip some sort of hand. But quite a thing. All right, spring of 1905. Ed, you back in the groove enough to take over play-by-play, or you need a minute?
Yeah, I get it. Jamal's back in the game. I understand. All right. So Jamal appears to try and be outflanking Austria here. Poor Austria loses Greece. Italy gets into Sev. So Italy giveth and taketh away. Takes Austrian support into Serbia, and Oh, it takes Austrian support into Greece, right? So this is Cody throwing a lifeline to Italy here, and the war of EF, which started when I was away, but I could see is happening. Darcy takes Liverpool. Everything else doesn't work because of the convoy to Wales failed, and Germany is, I guess, upset at Jamal and is taking French help into Holland while flanking into Kiel and Baltic. Jamal takes Norway, not insignificant, but if it was asked for by England, surely England knew that was happening.
Yep. Real quick, just want to point out some tactical inefficiency here. Italy, you don't want to vacate Aegean if you don't have to. Tap Bulgaria here and accept Albanian support into Greece. It's not guaranteed, but it's highly likely. And then you can get Tyrrhenian Sea into play, and you keep the position in Aegean Sea. All right. Fall of 1905. Ed, back to you.
All right. Darcy loses Liverpool, which was inevitable, but does get into the North Sea, which seems pretty significant. Hard not to like Darcy's position, even though Darcy's not building here. Meanwhile, Jamal, hey, oddly enough, if the fleet was built on the south coast, it could have also made it to Sweden in the exact same number of moves that it did here. But he moves it away and is still sort of on side with England. Now he's got to cover Norway for England. So that's pretty good. Jamal taking Vienna here is helpful. So Jamal will get a build. And let's see. Did Italy keep Serbia? Yes. Italy kept Greece? Yes. Checks notes. So Italy will be building two, I think, significant builds incoming for Italy.
Yeah, the two build Italy is very exciting. I think that will have an interesting effect. But you know, if Liam is going to continue to work with Jamal, I mean Jamal, things are really coming up Jamal in this game. He's really you know, kind of negotiated his way out of some bad situations. So
Shocking.
if he can keep if he's able to keep Liam on side, I think. I mean, I think it's probably good for Liam too. Liam will get some builds out of it, but unless the North really gets its stuff together, it's going to be hard, right? With Darcy being the dominant power, and Darcy's absolutely no check on Jamal whatsoever.
Not yet. I mean, he's in North Sea, right? This becomes a dynamic game between the three of them. Liam with these builds in this position suddenly is like a factor, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Very impressive. The Liam comeback is impressive.
Yeah, very good.
Very much so. Yeah, and the turn away from France was like a huge part of that, right? You know, Italy and France can waste a lot of time against each other, but if they can separate, they can both reap the rewards. All right, so we do get now an army in St. Petersburg from Jamal. So Jamal, that is a slight sort of indication of intention as far as what Jamal sees as his long-term play in the north. You might have thought that that fleet north would bring about another fleet from Jamal in the north. Do you guys think that's a mistake here?
I mean, the army's a little more flexible, right? But I was expecting Army Warsaw, actually. So I didn't necessarily expect another unit in the north just yet.
Right.
I like it. I mean, who am I to disagree with Jamal? I mean, you don't know what Germany's going to do, right? Like, is Kiel just going to suicide into Livonia? That army is helpful.
Yeah, I guess Warsaw's potentially vulnerable. All right, let's move forward here. Spring of 1906. And Adam, back to you.
Yeah, I mean, it's useful, especially if you're going to kick out Baltic this way, because then you can cover St. Petersburg again, I guess, in the fall. But the English now are in some ways working with the French. They put them in Denmark. I guess this is the way we hold Jamal back. I don't know. And the Italians are now coming back against France. This is really quite interesting.
Yeah, so no, England supports, Helgoland supports London to North. North is supported into Denmark by Kiel.
It's Kiel that support him to Denmark. I see. Okay, got it.
With the tap on Sweden, it was guaranteed as long as Helgoland didn't tap Kiel.
Yeah. Okay. That's an interesting position for Darcy. I mean, Denmark is, I guess it's good if you're working with the Germans. It's not quite the best position to be in if you're, given where he is against England, and now he's going to have to pull some stuff back anyway. So maybe he can make up with England now. I don't know. It probably gives Jamal less incentive to not keep some units, not take Norway, for example. I think probably Jamal has more incentive to take Norway given this.
Why don't you tell us about the East?
Sure. Well, not a whole lot happened.
Two moves.
There's
two moves to cover.
There's some big stuff in the East here, man. You got to just look a little more closely, I think.
You're talking about Russia and Tyrolia?
That's one, yeah.
Aegean, advancing to Aegean.
Yeah, and the Aegean is certainly the
Tyrolia.
Tyrolia, I think, is the biggest story, right? So
Tyrolia,
the Russian position is crazy with Tyrolia, Vienna, Galicia, Romania. It's a pretty crazy position.
Well, the question for me is the strategic consideration of turning on Italy here. I think we sort of had a sense that a wintergreen was developing here, and it was going to become a three-way race between France, Russia, and Italy. This suggests that Jamal didn't see it that way, or at least saw it that way and thought he needed to make a move now in order to get the upper hand. Do you guys like that move?
Well, you're assuming that Tyrolia is thoroughly
Italian?
Italy. I mean, it's a flexible position. It's certainly not pro-Italy, right? But there's a lot of things he could do there, right? I mean, it's so.
What's the argument for being not anti-Italian?
It's anti-Italian. Come on, Adam.
Sure, but I'm just thinking, there's an argument. I mean, yes, it's anti-Italian. I mean, you're right. I guess it's also just Jamal, moving across the board, right? And it doesn't mean that he's going to go whole hog again into Italy right now. I guess is really what I mean by that.
I think it's challenging now. I want to say just something else about this, right? Which is the Russian move to Tyrolia. It isn't. Yeah, it's anti-Italian, but it's also really pro-Darcy, which I think is interesting. I don't know if Jamal wants to do that because it slows Italy down from the Marseille, Spain guess what to do. It's got to cover Venice now, I guess. So does Jamal want to slow down Darcy? Or does Jamal view his bigger threat as Italy? It's curious.
I mean, especially with Italy, moving west again here, like it's just a fascinating move. Let's move forward here and see how it ripples through. Fall of 1906. Back to you, Adam.
So after all that, he just taps Trieste, which doesn't really harm anything. So takes Budapest, loses St. Petersburg to the German fleet, which I guess he doesn't really care about because he gets to keep Norway, so he's still going to be building one. Italy fails to get anything here, and Darcy keeps Denmark. Is Norway?
Yeah. This is tragic.
What happened?
Tragic.
Tell us what happened. I can't read what happened.
So here's what happened. Norway goes to Denmark, convoyed over north, but north is dislodged.
Yeah.
Because of the support from
Denmark. From Denmark. Yeah. If they wanted to take Denmark, they needed to take it from Kiel. This
is actually something that some people might have considered a convoy paradox.
It's not a paradox though, because it's a standard. The army being convoy doesn't cut support for the fleet. So
why is Helgoland not? Oh, okay.
No, the rules have to be specified to make clear what the resolution is here.
The paradox though is if the army. Oh, I see. Because the army is getting support. Getting double supported into Denmark.
It's whether the army gets to cut the support.
And that rule's very clear. That rule's always been clear, though.
Well, hold on, maybe because it's VDL and because I'm Ed Sullivan, my eyes glaze over at a convoy paradox. Do you want to explain what that is for me and the viewers at large?
Hold on. The army has two supports. It's supported by Sweden and Baltic, What else is supporting? What else is? Oh, it is a paradox. I see, because it's double supported in, so it's 3-on-1 against Denmark.
That's right. The question is whether
You're right, this is a paradox.
yeah, the question is whether the army in Norway should be allowed to cut the support for Denmark supporting English Channel into North. So, like in the original rules, that would have been allowed. But the problem is, does North get to convoy or not, given that it's 2 against 1? The rule, I think everyone has the intuition that this is probably the way it should resolve. But it has to be specified in the rules. And clearly the backstabber adjudicator has been specified that this is how it works. Now, it's worth noting that Helgoland could have supported North here, and then there would not be a paradox at all. But or there wouldn't be any question of whether there is or not. In any case, the rules here are clear that the holding of North is resolved before Norway gets to cut support on the fleet in Denmark. That means that France, Darcy, keeps Denmark and gets North. Right, it's quite a big a tip one way or the other here. Elsewhere, I think you've covered everything else here. Then, yep. All right, so that means that in winter 1906, Jamal has stayed even, and Darcy has popped up one here to tie Liam in Italy for second place. Adjustments: we get another fleet in Marseille, and we get an army in Berlin, while Fleet Liverpool comes off the board. All right, let's move forward into
when does the game end?
Oh yeah.
They agreed by rule. The players voted at the beginning to have a maximum of 1910.
Great news for Darcy, right? Because Jamal is 5th seed, he's 1st seed.
Yes, but so Darcy can win either by having a lone top on this board, or if there's a shared top that he's not part of, he can win if it's a shared top as well. So that's worth saying. And if there's a share top that he's not part of, he could still win as well, depending on how the scoring works, which I'm not quite familiar with.
But just for me, if Jamal does top or Italy, that player who tops will win the game.
As long as it's not a shared top, correct.
Okay, thank you.
If it's a shared top that Darcy's part of, Darcy wins. If it's a shared top that Darcy's not part of, then you have to look at the scores.
Darcy's still got some room to make up, right? Because Darcy is, he's going to go up to 8 this turn, but Jamal's going to go up to, no, he's not going to go up to 8. He's going to go up to 7. He's going to go up to 8.
Let's call out the moves first. Ed, you're up.
I don't even know in this game. I'm just saying Italy's pulling back against everybody to defend against Russia. So good news for Turkey, good news for France. That's, I think, the most important thing. And second, Jamal, you can do it, Brandon. You want to do it?
Go for it. I thought you were wrapping up.
And Jamal's pulling back to Vienna also. So there's some sort of de-escalation there, but it's going to be hard to get Turkey. Jason's played a great game from, as best I can tell. Darcy loses Denmark, but convoys into Yorkshire. Figuring out what's going on between Darcy and England is like Israel-Palestine. It's unbelievable. I don't know, what's happening there. Okay. Meanwhile, a bunch of bounces. That's what I got.
All right. Let's push forward here. Fall of 1907. Oy, that's quite a lot.
Okay. Well, let's do the easy things first. Jamal takes back St. Petersburg. That's good for Jamal. Jamal loses Romania because it looks like a 3-on-2 situation, if I'm not mistaken. Okay. Serbia, yeah. And then, so that's not good for Jamal. Italy does, other than getting Romania, functionally nothing.
Loses Greece to Turkey.
Oh, good point. Thank you, Dad. And France, with these moves, is pushing west and not against Italy, and we'll see if it's a German thing. But Darcy does take Liverpool here, which I think is really important to see what Darcy's next build is going.
What did Darcy do with the moves for Skag and North Sea here?
All right, Skagerrak supported Holland to Norway, and North Sea convoyed Holland to Norway. So,
yeah, I was wondering why neither of them cut Norway here. It's such an obvious thing, and why would he trust Germany to make that move? I mean, it just feels like so obvious that you need to cut Norway from this position, right? So
yes.
I'm a little disappointed that he was counting on Germany to do that, or counting on his convoy to go through, right? Like Skag was.
I hate to be obtuse here. What am I missing? Like, didn't we just have this before? Like, why doesn't it cut?
Because
it should cut it.
North Sea is dislodged. North Sea is no. North Sea
It was
is
dislodged the last time.
right, and that's why it didn't cut the support.
That's why it didn't cut Norway. Nothing attacked Norway because the convoy didn't go through. The fleet convoying it was dislodged.
Okay, but last time Norway went to Denmark.
Last time was different.
Denmark's...
Last time was more complicated. This is very simple.
Okay.
This is very simple. Last time was the complicated.
It's the exact same principle. The army can't cut the support if the convoying fleet is dislodged.
But Norway isn't the convoying fleet. Norway is just supporting Moscow to St. Pete.
It doesn't matter what Norway is supporting. I mean, the fact is that North, which is the convoying fleet, is dislodged. So
right.
So Holland never gets to Norway to cut the support, just like in the previous turn, the army never got to Denmark
right.
to cut the support.
Right.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep. Yeah. So that convoy, the successful convoy to York, though, last turn,
yep.
Was a big one. Netted Liverpool for Darcy. The net effect here, however, is that Darcy and Italy just stay even while Jamal goes up one. So Jamal now opens up a 2-center lead with a maximum of 3 game years left to play. We find an army in Sevastopol, an army in Ankara, which is interesting and delightful, probably for Italian and French eyes. And we get a fleet in Brest. All right, who has the advantage here?
If I could pick any player to be on any board, that would be Jamal. But if I just looked at these dots, I would prefer to be Darcy.
I think the diplomatic situation, I think everybody is going to be moving against Jamal from this position because they're running out of time. So I think that puts Darcy at the advantage here for sure. Right? Because he's got, he doesn't necessarily need to pick up 3 dots to be ahead of Jamal. He probably can do it by picking up 2 if Turkey picks up 1 and Italy picks up 1. So now he's racing them, but he's already ahead in the race, I think, or his position's certainly better in the race.
All right, spring of 1908. Back to you, Adam.
Wow. So England now convoys Jamal into Yorkshire, which is absolutely funny and delightful, as we would say. But Darcy is plowing up into Ruhr now. He holds in Spain, wants to keep something down there, but not freak out the Italian. And it looks like, so Liam is attacking Jamal, and Jason is supporting himself up to Armenia. So it is pretty much everybody except England against Jamal, and England's just janissarying at this point.
Not for long.
What do you guys make of it's now Isaac moving Bohemia and Prussia to Warsaw? That's
yeah, I mean, it's almost like Germany's now janissarying for Darcy or something, right?
Yeah.
No, that's what it is. What incentive does Germany have to help Russia?
Yeah.
So this is why I really like Darcy for here. I can't believe I'm saying that, by the way.
All right, we do get some intrigue here. Adam, talk us through it.
Well, it looks like they managed to take Liverpool. I guess that's because nothing can support Liverpool, and they don't cut Clyde because they had to take some guesses here. So they took some guesses, and Liverpool gets kicked out. So that is something that Jamal takes. He also gets a German unit in Livonia for his troubles. He loses Budapest. I mean, this is a good turn for
Budapest.
Liam too. Well,
No.
Oh yeah.
Except
except it's
Jason.
it's a good turn for Liam. What I meant to say is it's a good turn for Jason. So, so Jason just walks in on everything, anything that Italy can take, Turkey can take better, and so Jason is now +2 and in a serious contention at this point.
yeah, but he's left black. I think this is a tactical error. Should be
Yeah,
It would have been more fun to convoy Armenia to Romania than
convoy Armenia. Yeah,
100%.
didn't need to tap Sev here.
All right, but with the Dipsy Doodle in the on the English on Great Britain here, the net effect here is that Darcy and Jamal are now tied for the board top at 8, and Jason has now shot up. Look at that rise,
Look at
3
the
centers
Turkish
in
line.
2 years, up
Yeah.
to 7, now tied. So now we have 4 players. We thought it was a 3-horse race, it's now a 4-horse race. And Jason is definitely in it. Just one.
Oh
center behind.
goodness, that move out of black instead of
Tremendous.
having Darby and rum, that is killer.
Tremendous.
That is killer.
All right, so we have two builds for Jason, 1 build for Darcy, 1 build for Jamal. Lots of and we say goodbye to Stewart in England. Good game.
Yep.
All right, let's just see the builds and see how they go. We got a fleet and an army from Jason. We got an army in Moscow from Jamal, and we get an army Warsaw. Very interesting. That says to
Army
me
Moscow. Army Moscow.
what did I say? Oh, I said Warsaw. Yeah, I meant Moscow. The Army Warsaw stands out to me. That says to me that Jason has a lot of confidence in his diplomatic situation with Isaac.
Sorry, army. Which army?
Army Warsaw.
Not Army Warsaw. There's no
What
army
army?
in Warsaw.
What army Warsaw are we talking about?
Marseille. Army Marseille.
They're close. Okay.
Brainworm.
Army
That's really
Marseille.
funny. That's very funny. I just kept saying Warsaw, and I'm like, well, why do they think why do they think I'm saying Warsaw? Yeah. Okay. So Army Marseille. Yeah, that just says to me that Darcy doesn't feel the need to protect against Isaac. Feeling good about his diplomatic situation there. All right, let's move forward
Would you rather
here.
have a fleet there, though? Oh, or am I just wrong about it?
Adam.
It depends on where you are diplomatically with Liam, right? If you think Liam is like now going to be all out against Turkey, which would be my assumption, why do you want to scare him at this point, right? Get him moving that direction. How many years did we say we have left? Is it 9?
Max of 10.
Okay, so get him moving in that direction, and then maybe in spring 1910, drop down into Western Med and see if he can sneak into Tunis. But like, what else? What other benefit is there to putting a fleet down there? The army in Marseille could go to Piedmont up to Tyrolia. It could, if you're gonna try to flow armies through Munich, it can go up to Burgundy. So I think the army's probably better.
Yeah, my guess is it was to make it clear to Liam that going to Lyon and West wasn't going to get you anything.
Yeah.
But that said, I could see a fleet Brest, potentially being
Well,
pretty useful.
Tyrolia to Piedmont and putting the fleets and the fleets up, then he's going to potentially lose Marseille or Spain.
Yeah.
That being said, Liam's motivation now is probably not to punish Darcy.
Yep. All right, spring of 1909.
Indeed not. And he pulls and Darcy pulls back anyway to make sure that
Just make sure.
he's protected.
And Ed, we're back to you for the play-by-play.
It's really covered by Adam, but the Darcy Italy relationship is key. The most important relationship right now, with Italy pulling back to go against Turkey here. Italy sees vengeance. France playing nice with Germany, letting Germany get the space to go west. Say, I'm not going to take stuff off of you. Meanwhile, in position to take Liverpool here, I guess. So it's just a question of whether Darcy can catch up or outpace Jamal in the final 2 years. And I think yes. So I'm looking at Italy or Turkey, and I'm really liking Darcy's spot.
Fall of 1909.
Darcy takes Liverpool. significant because I believe that because Jamal took Romania, but lost Sev because Moscow was covering Warsaw.
Jason.
Ouch. I mean, good for Jason here. But Jamal's got to be frustrated. He really needed to keep pace with Darcy. Now he's behind, if I'm reading it correctly.
Well, he needs to finish ahead of Darcy too, right? Like a shared board top between the two of them wins it for Darcy. All right, winter 1909. We do get a fleet Brest here now. Now the question is kind of like, is this game over?
Well, is there who wins a tiebreaker with Liam and Darcy?
Darcy.
Okay.
Darcy.
I don't think Liam can take two. I think maybe he can get one, but
unless Jamal gives it to him, right?
You're counting out the champ. Like, you don't take a champ down on points.
Jamal, I'm not ruling Jamal. I'm looking
Yeah.
I mean,
Well, he's asking if the game is over, and I'm not counting Jamal out until
No.
someone says the game is over. Okay, champ doesn't go down. Jamal also never drawn, like, ever. He's gonna try and work until the end. He's the hardest working man in diplomacy.
He still has a real shot, but
yeah, I think so.
the problem is Darcy's not going to get knocked down here, right? Like, there's no taking a dot off of Darcy. The best you could do is keep him out of Holland and Munich. And then that means that if you're going to beat him, you have to pass him. And then it's a question of where those dots are going to come from.
It's diplomatic. That's it. Does he have enough diplomatic relations to get it? Adam, it's you.
Well, the short answer is it looks like it, since Germany just supported him into Denmark, right? Which pretty much locks it down. Jamal does take Sev back, but that's really the only meaningful thing that happens here. So I think this game's a lock.
Yep.
For Darcy.
Unless somebody
walks
dots
out of a whole bunch of dots. I mean, in the fall, yeah.
And they end the game, so it doesn't even get to the year limit. Everyone recognizes that Darcy has won this, and Darcy has won this. Congratulations, Darcy Morris, the 2025 Snake Pit champion. We applaud you.
Nice.
Hey, man, this guy deserves it. This was a good game. He didn't do anything stupid, which he normally does on these top boards. And I'm in awe and admiration and really happy for him.
Yes, Ed, you came in sort of critiquing Darcy's performance on top boards and, wondering if this would be a turnaround moment for him, the implication being that he needed one. Seems like it happened, right? Was there a moment, do you think, here where Darcy sort of went against his past instincts and managed to sort of grow as a player and seal this? Can you identify an important moment here?
Sort of, but he played it his way, right? Which is, I said, he gets tied down on these alliances, but it really did. His alliance with Italy was key. Turning that relationship around was important, and building the relationship with Isaac. I don't know what to think as a player. I generally hate it when new players come in the game when they sub midway. Just generally hate it, because it changes everything. And yet that was critical for Darcy to be able to, get Isaac on board. And for me in the East, I mean, he was benefiting from the fact that Jamal and Jason never could get it together. They were always wary of each other and always fighting. But had Turkey somehow gotten out a little earlier, I think it might have been a different result.
Ed, how about you? What stands out to you about this game?
You mean Adam?
Adam, good Lord.
Well,
can you see my brain leaking out of my ear?
Well, it was interesting that Darcy kind of came out of the gate aggressively, and then he to some extent stayed with the plan from the beginning and managed to kind of impose his will on this game. I think in many ways he benefited a lot from an Italy that was going back and forth. So if he played a part in those negotiations and convincing Italy to turn around at the right time and get off his back, because he could have been locked in a fleet war in the Med very early in the game, and that didn't end up happening. And then to Liam's credit, I think he made some good decisions. maybe there were opportunities to get bigger early that would have been helpful, but he remained in the game as well throughout this whole thing. And of course, Jamal played like Jamal. I mean, played a great game and did all those things. So I think this was an exciting game. It wasn't a one-sided game. I think it was tight until the end, but Darcy did what he needed to do to win it, and stayed focused, and kept his eye on the dots he needed to win, and didn't try to do anything overly clever. Just played strong game.
One more thing, which is I haven't really specified my critique of Darcy, and it's this. Darcy has historically, if he doesn't think he can win, is happy with being second. And we've seen this happen on his top boards where he's playing for a position other to win. And I think there were moments here for Darcy to mentally give up, and he didn't. And he was down to Jamal, and Jamal was doing his thing. You only play a top board to win, in my estimation. And he did what he needed to do. That was the difference from what I've seen him do in other games.
Yeah, I think one of the things that's clear from about Darcy here is that he came in with a plan, and and then stuck with it. And that plan was to, he was the number 1 seed, was to pick first, take France, be patient, not get stuck in an alliance, right? Like, that's kind of one of the things you see about his play here, is that he was sort of going back and forth and happy to stick the knife in. And it worked. So congratulations to Darcy Morris for winning the 2025 Snake Pit. That will definitely help your DBNI chances, and we will see you in February, if not sooner, for the potentially for the VDL top board, which we will now turn back to our feature league, or our main league, the Virtual Diplomacy League. We have 2 more games left to play. There was one other game in round 2, and then one game in round 3 to close it all out. And let's get some action going here and switch on over, if I can do it. It's not going to work. It's just us. We got.
Did you see Jason's comment?
Which one?
Yeah, the most recent one. Darcy did mentally give up. There was a draw vote earlier, and I was the only one to veto.
Is that right?
I take it all back. Darcy didn't deserve it.
Wow. You need some good fortune sometimes to win a championship, and that was a moment of good fortune for Darcy. Yeah. I need a moment of good fortune to get Dipcast working properly again. So give me a second.
I can just talk. I'm happy to just talk.
Go for it, man.
Okay. I really like this game. I want to commend the players just because we saw different things while very effective, shifting alliances. It's what we want to see on a top board. As much as I'm sick of calling the same old games, I understand there's a lot of variables in the game of diplomacy, but here, what we saw was unusual, different, and for the most part, effective. And so that was something I found edifying and gratifying. Also, it was really good to learn about the convoy paradox. Still quite don't understand it. I'm going to ask Grok, who I'm living with now. I'm a super Grok user. I'm going to ask it to explain the convoy paradox to me. But Brandon, if you could be anyone in my life, you would be my human Grok.
Well, here's what I can tell you, Ed, about your plan here, is that I look forward to hearing what the anti-Semitic explanation of the convoy paradox is. And then I can give
Grok,
you the...
Come on, man.
But what's hard to understand? Like the paradox is, if the support is cut, then the convoy doesn't go through. But if the convoy doesn't go through, then the support is not cut.
Okay. Look, first of all, I'm a lawyer who does not understand the rule against perpetuities. Anyone can just go, that is the convoy paradox of the law, is the rule against perpetuities. I get it, but I guess where I'm missing, and I'll have to go back and look at the map, which I will. But in the first instance, the North Sea was dislodged, and yet you were telling me that this is why Norway going to Denmark still got through for the cut, but it just didn't make it to Denmark. But no, in the next instance, it didn't. Is that where I'm missing it?
Right. So the paradox is that is just that like if the convoy goes through, then the convoy can't go through. So because the support is cut. So what people have done, what we needed was a rule that chooses one outcome over the other. Either the convoy goes through or the convoy doesn't go through. And the intuition is that the support should only be cut if the convoy is successful. We sort of think that resolving the convoy should be done first. It's an intuition. It's not required by the original rule set. So that's a sort of an additional rule that's added in order to resolve the paradox.
All right. So
the original rule set just didn't have enough in it to resolve it, because it said that the order, the support order is cut and the convoy doesn't go through. So
Johnny, we can't pivot. We're buying time for Brandon here. That's what we're doing.
Welcome back. We are now ready to go.
I'm glad I missed most of that discussion. I have to be honest.
So are we.
So are we. Yes, indeed. The 259th game in VDL history, named after the English Channel, found Eldor in Austria, playing from Wisconsin, Spiros Dovas, playing from Athens, the tournament director of the upcoming World Diplomacy Championship in Athens in May. If you have not looked to see whether you can make it, please do right now. In France, we have someone using a pseudonym, Astronaut or Astronaut.
It's an astronaut. He's from Austria, and he went to EDC, and I never learned his name, even though I played with him. He just said, I want to be called the astronaut, and he's crazy, and I love the guy.
Good. Germany is Bradley Grace out of Warrington in Great Britain. Italy, we have Christian Brown, the former Ironman Supreme, playing out of Peoria, Illinois. And in Russia, we have Valdemar. Turkey, Darcy Morris, that guy fighting for, just won the Snake Pit. We saw him do that. We saw him play earlier, fighting for a spot on the top board in VDL. Comes into this game in 9th place. I don't think that changed with his earlier game, correct? Yep. There we go.
I thought
he moved up. I think he moved up a few spots, didn't he?
Oh, you know what? I think I set it up. I think I fixed it so that the place there includes the games we've already watched. So he comes into this game in 9th place. We have Christian Brown in 6th place, one of the players on the precipice fighting to secure their spot. And then the rest will need multiple big scores, but still possible because this is only round 2. Bradley could conceivably get a second game in. He have to be playing in the middle of the night. Let's head. Yep.
I was going to say just a couple points. L is the organizer of that Imperial Diplomacy thing, the huge thing at Carnage, and is a good player. And then you kind of identified it, but just to put the finer point on it, Christian and Darcy already seem to fight a lot in the VDL. And now there is no incentive for these two powers, which are traditional enemies, to work together.
Yeah. Traditionally, the two hardest countries to work together, although not according to our comrade, Michalis Kamaritis. All right, spring of 1901. Adam, to you.
All right. So Italy plows right into Trieste. We have the feared Vienna to Bohemia opening. So I'm curious to see where this all goes. I don't know that I've seen Vienna to Bohemia very often, so that's kind of exciting. When I've seen it, it's usually with Tyrolia or with Silesia. So, fly out there and see what happens, I guess. Otherwise, fairly unremarkable. Moscow holding, and nothing in the channel. No bouncing gal, bouncing black.
Fall of 1901.
Oof. So, Trieste cutting Serbia. How very, very rude. Along with supporting Bulgaria into Greece. Remember how hard it was for Turkey and Italy to work together, and Darcy and Christian don't get along?
Yeah.
All right.
Frequently wrong, but never in doubt is my motto.
That's right.
But having said that, this was set up from the very beginning. Darcy's familiar with the meta. Smyrna going to Con in spring 1901. I was looking at that right away. I'm like, why would Darcy do that?
Yeah.
And now we know.
Yeah. So Darcy is in Greece and Bulgaria and the Black Sea because Valdemar doesn't bounce, which is perfectly logical for them to be supporting themselves into Romania from this position. I also am enjoying the fact that L walks into Munich here. That is
So funny.
just great. England convoys to Belgium with support from everyone, and Russia takes Sweden.
And by great, you were thinking of entertainment value, not necessarily
Totally
for
entertainment.
Bradley
Absolutely
or
entertainment.
L's prospects. Good. Ed, your thoughts on 1901?
I mean, I'm sure Christian has a plan. I want to know what the plan right now is. Let's attack L. I don't know how. I mean, this is an amazing Turkish position in the modern meta for fall 1901. So I'd really like to beat Darcy now. This is 2 games in a row. I'd like to beat Darcy.
Do we think there's any chance that like the Munich thing was just agreed from the beginning, like something L and Bradley were going to do that was fun, and just L didn't anticipate, the other set of moves that happened? I sort of wonder, because it's like I mean, Roar doesn't need to support to Belgium in this position, right? They could just cover their own center. So
I can tell you that. Oh, go ahead.
No, you please, Ed.
L and Germany and L might be friends now, even though hilariously L is in.
Well, they should be, right? Why? I mean, why wouldn't they be friends from this position? Like, I mean, Austria still, needed to hold some things back in the East, and certainly not going to be a long-term threat to Germany from this position.
It wasn't agreed, but I think it can be worked out.
I think the problem from Bradley's position is that he actually probably needs another army useful to him up there, but that army is almost certainly going down to Tyrolia here. So that would be, but other than that, yeah, Bradley doesn't need to go scorched earth or anything here. That said, we get lots of armies on the board. That's what my eye was drawn to. 2 from Russia, 1 from Austria, 1 from Germany, 1 from Darcy, as well as a fleet in Smyrna. Interestingly, Christian Brown puts down a fleet here. So it does look like Christian and Darcy, despite helping each other, or despite working together, I should say, are sort of pointing guns at each other.
I don't know about that. I think that as Turkey, you have every right to say, I'm going to park a fleet in the Aegean and we're going to run this. I don't actually see this as being an issue at all. And Italy building a second fleet is pretty normal, even in an IT, right? So
it could be an issue, okay? But on the other hand, even McAllis, our North Star of ITs, says that Turkey can build a second fleet in an IT if one of the fleets is in the black.
Right.
All right, we'll see. I think if I'm Italy here, I have pushed pretty hard for 2 armies here. I would not be comfortable with that fleet, especially given that you are, you're vulnerable with Venice and Trieste. Like, you're really going to need another army to backfill up there.
One other thing to point out: Brest Fleet London, just what Bradley needed to see, as well as the army in St. Petersburg. So this could be okay for Brad. All
right, let's move forward here into spring of 1902. Ed, to you.
Okay, sure. Let's see. Bradley supports the Astronaut into Belgium. The eternal problem of what happens when an Eastern power is in Munich is, he takes it, but then there's a retreat to Kiel. Now there's a retreat to Berlin problem. Maybe it can all be figured out, I guess. But that's what I was looking at there. Christian, Turkey takes Serbia, which is the crown jewel of the Balkans, and gets Smyrna to Aegean. It seems like IT are still working out with Christian cutting Albania here. Maybe there's détente with Russia too, going to Galicia. And Russia takes Norway here. So do we see the very awkward IRT? Is that what we're seeing?
Just help me out here. I just don't see any incentive for Darcy to work with Christian at all going forward. He needs to pass Christian in the standings. I think this is a little curious to me why Christian is helping Darcy so much.
I said that in the beginning, but I've been proven wrong. I said Christian has a plan. I don't know what it is yet.
Yeah, I think that's totally fair, and this easily could have been an early, great early play by Darcy, and the intention is all along is just to run an RT here, which is would be very sensible from this position. I I can't help but laugh and think that maybe this was a missed opportunity for Bradley to support the Austrian army from Munich into Burgundy.
Right?
But
I thought about that too.
Anything but this, yeah. All
He's
right.
working with France though. That's the thing. Couldn't do that because he's working with France.
Because
that's a good point. Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, and helping. I mean, I just think like Denmark needs to help himself here rather than helping Russia. But all right, fall of 1902. Back to you, Adam or Ed? I've already forgotten.
It's me. Anyways, Bradley figured it. Well, he didn't need to figure it out, but yeah, he covered the retreat to Berlin. Got French help into Munich to make sure he got that. Takes Kiel back.
But now we can't build. There's nowhere to build. Anyway,
he would have waved anyway, so that's fine.
Fair enough.
No problem. England and France, the war is on, and it's going on big time here. With the Oster not making it to the IRC, I guess trying to set up a convoy that may or may not work. Christian here, for all the efforts, gets a little help from Darcy. So this idea of Darcy not wanting to know Christian, like these players know what's happening and we don't. Christian with Budapest and Tunis. He's got to be happy with that.
It's a great turn for Christian.
Yeah.
And Darcy has attacked Russia here, which he's kind of locking in the alliance structure for at least a couple of turns, I think.
All right, it's a fascinating moment here with Christian and Darcy working together so much. Because they must know that they both can't do well, right? Like they both need the other person to do worse than them. So at some point, you think that'll come into play. Winter 1902, we
find 1902.
Find an army and a fleet from Christian. That's in Venice and Naples. Now we get an army from Darcy in Ankara. Yep. Valdemar, knowing that he's got a problem in the south, puts down an army in Moscow. And elsewhere, we have a fleet in Brest. And we have Bradley Grace, unable to build, but with one in pocket now. Let's see if he gets to build it. That's kind of the fun thing to watch going forward. Spring of 1903. Ed, to you.
No, it's Adam.
Adam.
Okay. Starting in the west, England withdraws to Wales to prevent a convoy there, covers themselves. They lose the English Channel anyway. Bradley's trying to drop into Tyrolia probably to slow down the Italians there. That's a nice play, actually. While the Russians do a little bit of a conga line to get their armies in the south, all very logical. But they do lose Romania for their troubles, and they lose Galicia as well. So they're going to be in a very defensive type of position in a moment.
I'm just looking at Christian's play here, trying to figure it out. It's taking Austrian support into Galicia, bouncing in Budapest. All right. That really, if I was Darcy, I would love that. Christian's pretty vulnerable there. He's not committing against France. Like France sees what's happening, but doesn't go Tunis to Western Med here. Holding Tunis and Ionian. You're not used to seeing Christian slow play, so what's he got going on?
So Christian has an opportunity here to slip unfettered into the Eastern Med here and move on Darcy if he wants to.
Nah,
that's happening. That's Christian. He's going to do it.
You think so?
I don't know, but if
Darcy's building though, so what does it achieve? The question is Darcy going to take Budapest here?
That is another opportunity.
I think Christian's likely to go Piedmont, Lyon, Western Med now.
That's what I think too. If he does that, though, is Darcy going to take Budapest or just, but I don't think Darcy's going to do that. I think Darcy's.
I think Darcy would do it.
Do it here or wait?
He may wait. May wait.
Yeah, I think he may wait. Yeah.
All right, and the winner is.
Yep.
Adam, take us away.
Yeah. So Christian sends everything east at this point. So Piedmont, Lyon, Western Med, even Ionian leaves, which I think might not be great since he doesn't have a build coming. And he has a Turkish fleet in Greece that can just slide into Ionian at any time he pleases, but we'll see. Bounces in Tyrolia again, and they now have the Austrian Janissarying for them, so that's kind of nice. Meanwhile, England is losing position, but not losing dots yet, so kudos for that.
This is a bold play by Christian to do this. He must feel very confident in his relationship with Darcy. I would not feel that confident with any player to ever. I mean, the sin is Ionian.
Yeah. The rest of it's all good. I don't know why you leave Ionian. I think leaving Ionian is a big risk here. I think
Budapest is bad enough.
I think he's going to think better of it and pull back in spring 1904 is my guess.
Yeah, I mean, the big problem here is that Turkey is ahead, and this is for Italy to do this. I think Italy has to be ahead, right? Like Italy needs a lot of security to
that move to Galicia was just a big mistake. They should have set themselves up to just take Vienna, right? So they have the build coming and are 100%. In a position where they can lock down their position in the Balkans and safely make this move against France.
100%. And L, like well done, L, sort of making the offer and getting Christian spread out and keeping Vienna sort of safe for the moment. L could could sneak a build at some point, which would be really, really fun.
Could have done it the last time, but Galicia
because
been dislodged.
Gal would have gotten dislodged. Oh no, she could have. They didn't need the second support because of Romania. Yeah, so she could have gotten the build right here.
That would have been fun. And then maybe Darcy, was willing to turn. I don't know. Has enough help. All right, winter 1903. We have another army in Ankara and a fleet in Kiel, and that's it. All right, we haven't paid a whole lot of attention to the West because the East has been so juicy. Anything you want to say about Bradley finally getting to put that unit down?
I guess the question becomes, does Bradley try to sneak into Norway and Sweden this year? Right? Because he's not getting anything off of England right now. Russia's going to at least be making a play for Eddie. They'll go in, maybe go in the spring. So does he go Denmark to North, Kiel to Denmark, and then in the fall drop the hammer on Scandinavia?
It's a tough spot for Bradley because you really don't want to be eating Russian dots like you're, in this position. I think that you need people to fight Italy and Turkey as a way of getting the board top in Germany. A lot more patient to take Russian dots right now.
Conversely, though, France is not going to be a threat to you. You don't have anybody who's a direct threat to you because Russia's under threat. France is about to lose Marseille or Spain, and England is obviously on the fritz. So it's actually not that bad. It's just you have to choose wisely in terms of where you're going to try to make your own games, but you've got no pressure whatsoever.
Yeah, the risk is that the IT, opens up, and then you're putting yourself in a position to, try to race them and get big enough that you can be a factor. But I'm sort of, I'm with the point of view that's like, what's your other alternative? Where else are you going to grow and make yourself a factor? Spring of 1904, Ed.
He does what I think he's doing. He's working with Russia here.
Yep,
that's what he's doing. And I think that is the right play. And he's going down to Bohemia. He'll be able to cover Munich against Italy. Meanwhile, the IT successful. Let's give credit to Adam, who predicted that Turanian would go back to Ionian. That was good. Turkey takes Sevastopol here. it's all looking good for Darcy. He's got an Italian ally. Let's see here. And so we're really seeing this French and German Russian response to Italy, Turkey. That's what the board is right now. And I don't know, to answer Adam's question, where Germany's going to grow. But
You take
other
Sweden
hand,
and Norway right here. I'm sorry. I think you don't want to do it, but I think you have to, because otherwise
maybe
you're
take
stuck.
one.
No,
Maybe
you take them
one.
both. You're going. You're otherwise you're hitching a ride on a sinking ship. You take them both right here. You get your builds. You put down some armies. You stick with France and hope that things don't get too bad for France.
You certainly take one, right? Because
You gotta take one.
Russia's not even going to be able to make the rebuild. So, and they may not even keep Edinburgh.
Right.
I think you take Sweden, support Edinburgh. That's my prediction.
The answer is, ta-da.
Yep. They wouldn't have gotten Norway anyway. So, yep.
And Christian in the south. Wow, some fun tactics here. Yeah. Ed, tell us about it.
It's a big brace over Marseille. The net result of all of that was 3-on-3, but Christian builds in Marseille. Christian leaves Ionian again. I guess he's thinking Fleet Naples for his build, and so it's okay, but it does do that. It's mighty trusting, and Christian takes Galicia with L's support here, so L's fully on board with this. I guess it is an AIT, and we'll put L first as A. Let's see.
I guess so. I'm perfectly fine with leaving Ionian in this fall turn with the build coming. I'm wondering why he's going to Tyrrhenian Sea instead of Tunis, considering he needs to get into North Africa.
Yeah, I agree with that. I
Agreed.
I think part of the problem too, though, is that he really needs to put down Army Venice here, doesn't he?
He really needs to put down Army Venice here, in which case he shouldn't be leaving Ionian. He should,
Yep.
to Ed's point.
Yep. Yeah, I almost expected Christian to do something tricky like convoying the army into Spain, but that would have been a lower percentage play. It would have worked. He would have gotten into Spain and had Portugal sort of open. But all right, winter 1904, we find a bunch of adjustments around the board. We do get a fleet from Christian.
Oh God, because look how bad it is in the Balkans for him now. Like we think Ionian's bad, but oh, Darcy loves this board.
Yeah.
Valdemar puts down that's surely a rebuild. He must have had something else blown up. Oh no, he kept Edinburgh. That's what it is. So so he's even, gets to rebuild that fleet that was blown up in St. Petersburg or in Sevastopol. And we have Army Berlin on the board. Spiros in England pulls several fleets. All right, let's move forward here. Spring of 1905. Back to you, Adam.
Okay. Russia's pushing themselves back down, and I can only assume the move to Budapest by Darcy was somewhat agreed with, I guess.
It has to be, right?
It has
No.
to be.
It has to be a stab. Doesn't it have to be?
But
A
It
stab?
has to be a stab. It can't be agreed.
Bulgaria's going to Greece to convoy it. Is why it's going to Greece. So he
Right.
can convoy into Italy. But he can't convoy into Italy because he's going to get, well, he's not going to get dislodged, I guess, because then he'll retreat to Naples. So, okay. So he's going to convoy into Italy. He's going to convoy to Apulia. Okay, sure. And he's in Moscow, but that's going to get kicked out. So, cool. Might have been a turn early, but maybe not. Yes,
I'm not sure. Oh yeah.
Tyrrhenian Sea goes to Tunis for some reason rather than it being I don't know, but and he gets kicked out of Marseille. This is just not good. Not good for Christian. Not good at all.
It doesn't look like a good stab, but I think it's a good stab.
Yeah,
Like, the more you look through it, the more I kind of see what he's doing.
Yeah, it probably is, because the convoy to Apulia is going to be pretty rough. And the fact that Darcy is also going to lose his dots in France, like even just losing one here. The question is now, what does Elle do in Vienna? Is she going to work with the Germans now, or what?
Yeah, interesting. Because the alternative to moving to Greece here would have been to go to Serbia and give yourself purchase over Trieste.
I kind of expect, yeah, that's kind of what I was expecting to see in a stab, but yeah.
On the other hand, he's guaranteed either Apulia or Naples here, which is nothing small. It's just
Well,
like
he's guaranteed Apulia. He's not guaranteed Naples.
He's guaranteed one or the other.
Correct, because if Ionian gets dislodged, it's
They're not
either
gonna
dislodged
they're not
and he
gonna
gets
dislodge- he's
Naples,
not gonna
or he's
dislodge him
guaranteed
into
Apulia.
Naples. He's not going to dislodge Ionian to Naples. He's going to cover Naples from Tyrrhenian.
Yeah, presumably.
Correct. Therefore, Apulia is guaranteed.
That's
I think
what
you're both saying the same thing,
Yeah.
but not believing it. The bigger question here, honestly, and Brandon, I know you don't apparently watch a lot of League Night, is who do you like? And I'm wondering about Bradley right now, because what does Bradley do given this dynamic shift between I and T? Does that open him up now for other opportunities, or does he stick with Russia here and press on Christian? What does Bradley do? Because I think this was really good news for Bradley.
Adam,
He's probably in Darcy's ear.
Well, it's a good question. I mean, if you're asking yourself as Bradley, like, at what point can I drop on Russia? That's an interesting question. It partly depends on how do you want to make this a 3-person race, or do you want to continue with Russia on your side? Because the question would, like, where are you getting your dots if not from Russia? I don't think the Austria, if you start to dabble with dots in Austria, that's stuff that Darcy's ultimately going to get position on you and take back. So I don't.
What about
really
stick with Russia, attack France? Because Italy's pulling back, and you don't want France to get so much bigger.
Yeah, though you could also argue that you're okay with France getting a little bit more right now, because they're going to go down south and be blocking up the Med, and so you take care of France later when they've overcommitted to the south. So I think that's the play, and I think you're probably trying to get your dots from Russia. But
I think France. I go against the Austrians.
I don't see how you're getting dots off of France here. What you're gonna? I mean, you could try to dot them for London or Belgium, I guess.
I'm not saying in fall 1905, but I'm saying just as a part of a bigger plan, that's what I would do.
It's a pretty big turnaround with units in Galicia, Silesia, and Bohemia to go after France, is all I'll say. But maybe.
All right. Jamal disagrees with both of us. He says something else, but what do we know?
I actually disagree with both of you as well. I think I think with Turkey, you need Russia to fight Turkey, at least for the moment. And if nobody holds Turkey back, then it doesn't matter what you do. So yeah, I would focus on Turkey first. Worry about the rest later. Fall of 1905. Adam.
So Russia kicks the Turks out of Moscow, unsurprisingly. Darcy wisely saves that unit by supporting it to Ukraine. And let's see. Oh, that's kind of clever. So Elle supports Darcy into Trieste, which allows Bradley to get Budapest. So now he definitely is dabbling down there in Austria. So he's got an Austrian dot, and he's got a Austrian who is doing, well, basically an extra Turkish unit so far. Christian pulls back, takes Portugal, and I'd say that's most of it.
The convoy is all fun and games, but the problem is, you're in Apulia, but now you got a Serbia problem. I don't think you can guarantee anything if you're Darcy right now. Also, I like the Christian move to Portugal. That's so Christian. You can have, Spain. I'm going to leave Spain. It's exciting. I like this game too.
All right. Winter of 1905. We do have +2 from Darcy, who's now at 9. And what do you build for Darcy here? Fleet and army?
Yep.
He's short everywhere. This is
Yep.
Darcy's running out of railroad if everyone continues against him.
Yeah, you really want that army in the Balkans right now. Shore up your position there.
But
Understand
you
that.
can withdraw from Ukraine, right? So you can go Rum to Serbia, Ukraine to Rum right here. I think is because I think you still have a line up against Russia, even if you lose Ukraine. So that may be the way you shore that up in the spring. Then you get into Bulgaria, and you're probably fairly locked down there, except for Trieste, I guess. But if Vienna's on your side, you're probably okay in Trieste.
All right, let's find out. Oh, first we need to find out the adjustments. We do have Army Fleet from Darcy. We have a Fleet Brest from Astronaut in France, probably to cover mid-Atlantic, which now is going to be easy. And Valdemar and Bradley both put down armies. All right, let's move forward here into the
What
spring
does
again.
Army Kiel tell you?
What does it tell you?
Not a whole lot,
I think he's keeping his options open.
for sure.
It can go many places.
Well, I think it's probably Munich to Bohemia, Kiel to Munich, right?
Sure, but Berlin would have been
Berlin could have done that
easy
as
to
well.
saying the same thing. This tells me, maybe it goes to Denmark and maybe we're going to attack Russia. I don't know. I don't know what it is. Maybe you go against Belgium.
Yeah, could go to
Curious.
Holland too. Very flexible build. And the answer is none of the above. Ed.
Well, I thought it was RIPL, but it's not. Bradley takes Trieste. Bad news for Darcy. Bradley takes Vienna, dislodges L, who retreats to Budapest. So L lives. Good for L. Darcy, seeing that the line is poor, is now got all the armies contiguous at least, but loses Trieste for his troubles. France is sort of pulling back, protecting Belgium, by going to Picardy and Burgundy here. So I don't think there's total trust between the Astronaut and Bradley here. Just trying to figure out what someone's going to have to make a move. They got 3 years probably to do it, 2 to 4 years.
Let's move into fall of 1906. Let's see if Bradley can hold on to these gains. Maybe retake Budapest here. All right, he does.
By the
Great
way, I think
for Brad.
one thing that we didn't comment on that I think is worth pointing out is a really smart move that Darcy made last turn, which is Khan to Armenia here, because his line breaks without that, right? So
Yeah.
he can't protect everything without that unit in Armenia, because Black has to support Romania. He can't afford to support Sev from this position. So really smart defensive tactical move by Darcy here.
Do you know what's better than a smart defensive move that saves you one turn from, losing Sevastopol?
I think you're going to tell me.
Going +5, which is what Bradley does here. Attacking literally everybody. Belgium, Norway. He took one off of Turkey. He took Austria. The only friend that Bradley has is Italy, which, if you are a player in this game, would be a good friend to have. Going +5. I want to see the German line at the end of winter 1906. Bradley's making his move. Say, come and take.
Does he know he can only build 3?
He built one before when he didn't have any place to build it. Who needs builds or positioning?
Oh my
This is the
God.
move. Okay.
Oh my God.
There we go. But it's only +4 because
Only +4.
What do you lose? Oh, because one was already his.
yeah,
Budapest
one
was
is already his. Yeah.
All right. Fine.
Well, that's a power move from Bradley Grace. And that means that he gets to put down 4 units. Sadly, only has 3 home centers.
Put one in
available.
Holland. Put one in Holland. No.
2 armies and a fleet. Good. What happens from here?
Everyone is so demoralized they draw. No, probably not.
Ed?
Darcy has to keep playing. So the hope here is that Russia goes to fight Germany now, and Darcy becomes the the new old Germany, whereas Germany was just sort of helping Russia. Maybe Darcy does it.
I think that, I mean, I think that's early to stab everybody on the board. So the question becomes, can Bradley get someone on his side? Because he's not long for keeping Belgium. He's not necessarily long. He's going to have some questions. He's not long for keeping the North Sea. And even some of the Austrian stuff is hard to hold if everyone is against him at this point.
The North Sea shouldn't fall, right? He's got the fleet.
It doesn't fall immediate. You're right. I guess it doesn't fall. It depends. You're right. It should not fall, but it does not give him any flexibility to do anything with Norway, right? If he's supporting.
Yeah. Well, and Belgium should be lost here immediately. However, Bradley in the comments is saying that everything except Budapest was agreed here.
Well, if that's the case, then
he has no enemies.
Then he has no enemies, and great
Right.
for him. Phenomenal.
But I think there will be a reaction. Like, here's the thing: Bradley's got a finger in every pie. The other players don't know what pie he's got his fingers in, and you can't look at this and be like, "Ah, cool, Bradley's just going to win." I mean, if they do, it should draw. Otherwise, we'll see what happens.
All right, and the answer is does not draw. Spring of 1907. Here we are. Adam, to you.
Well, Brad goes out to the Norwegian Sea. Russia is Darcy's just playing defense here, basically saying, "Okay, let's see how this plays out." A lot of defensive moves in the East in general, except Russia going up to St. Petersburg, I think is notable. France goes Mao into the English Channel, but does not go follow up into the Mid-Atlantic, which is what you would expect if they were really angry at the Germans. They do tap the North Sea, but it doesn't come with support from Edinburgh or anything like that. So, yeah, good job, Bradley.
Feels like a failed draw vote, doesn't it?
I can't imagine France likes these moves that they're seeing with Munich to Ruhr and Berlin to Munich, though. So, from that perspective,
what else is he supposed to do, though?
Well, but I'm just saying, I mean, France did not exactly make the aggressive the moves that you would expect France to make here, which is supporting Picardy into Belgium, right? Or right. So,
yeah, I wonder if France voted on a draw, waiting to see if anyone would attack Bradley in the Austrian centers. The answer is no, and the game does draw in the fall of 1907.
Nice job, Bradley. Beautiful played.
Yeah.
Clubber Lang does it again. The guy is just, I love watching him play because he is aggressive, but this time he showed patience before the aggression.
Yeah, kind of had to, right? Sort of pushed into it and then accepted the situation and then just waited for his opportunity. All right, congratulations to Bradley Grace. That brings to a close round 2 of the last game day of VDL. And that means it is time for us to check the standings. So going into the last game, and only one game ends up being played in round 3, this is where things stand. So
Bradley, with only 3 boards played before that, because this averaging thing moves from 34th to 6th place.
Wow.
If I'm reading that correctly.
Yeah, let me look at his score. That was I don't think we were expecting a possibility of a jump that big.
I remember it from when we did the standings before the game. I think it said 34.
Bradley was in 15th going into today. But he only had 3 scores, and so that means that this score, which was 110 points, it displaced the 22, so it basically netted him 88 points plus 11. It's all complicated, but 99 points. And so that took him from 222 to 321. That is really good. And that puts him in position to make the top board, absent any shenanigans on the last board.
Will we see McCallus come out of the crypt for the very last game of the VDL season?
It's a great question. Well, Christian Brown did do the job of keeping Darcy from passing him, but didn't keep Bradley from passing him, and so now he's in a precarious position of the 7th spot going into the last board. All right, we'll have one more graphic here, if I can get it operating. There we go. And here are the players for the 260th game in VDL history and the last game of the regular season of the 2025 season. In Austria, we have Benek Robleski. In England, we have Micah Blom out of the Netherlands.
Look at that West. Look at that West.
In France, Bradley Grace just getting into position for the top board. In Germany, we have Michalis Kamaritis coming out of the crypt. The crypt opened. Somebody said the magic words. The crypt opened. Italy, Darcy Morris fighting for that spot on the top board as well. Russia, Eldor ready to make amends or take revenge for the last, playing from the little-known state of Wisconsin in the U.S. And last but certainly not least, Christian Brown. So we have
what a game. This
is a spicy game. My goodness.
I waited 4.5 hours for this. This is worth it.
Hey, we've been on for 3.5, man. 5 of these 7 players are in contention to make the top board, and I believe only 2 of them can, because Christian and Bradley are currently in the spots, and Micah, Michalis, and Darcy are not. So that is fun. Okay. Shall we dive in? Shall we take a moment actually to talk about, with the players on the map, how we think this might go, or what players need to do? Adam, start with you. How do you see the game starting out here?
Well, I think the challenge for Michalis in particular is, and I guess Darcy's in the same boat, is they need several other players not to do well. I think it's even amplified for Darcy, who not only needs Bradley and Christian preferably not to do well, but also Michalis not to do well. So, trying to influence that meta while you're also just trying to do well in a game of diplomacy is really hard. So I think you're trying to get out of the gate and not die, and you'll worry about that kind of meta once the game gets going. But I think you need to make sure that you're not the odd person out, first of all, right? And so I think that's always going to be the first focus for these folks.
Ed?
I have several thoughts. First, let's break down the West. This is the battle for Micah. That's the only thing that matters. That's it. Like, Michalis has to attack France.
Why? Tell us why.
He's going to want to be ahead of Bradley. He's going to want to do that. I don't think Micah's in it. I've seen Micah do a lot of EGs before. So, but I think Micah will be scared of a Bradley who's such a good and aggressive player getting out to where it's almost impossible to pin him back as France. So I think we're going to see an EG. Now, the East. Oh, my friend, this is awesome, because in the very last game, we had Christian and Darcy in exact opposite positions.
That's great.
Now they flipped. And if I'm Christian, I have a long, and you don't even need a long memory. You just need to be the Tom Hanks character in Saturday Night Live, Mr. Short-Term Memory, to remember exactly what Darcy did to him. And then we have L in the mix from, who's playing Austria in the last game. So this is going to be fascinating for what happens here.
Sometimes the diplomacy gods show their sense of humor, and I think
these folks were just playing. That last game probably just ended a few hours before this, right?
Exactly. So, yeah, this just happened. Yeah,
phenomenal.
Afternoon to evening. Yeah,
phenomenal.
Yeah, it was only six game years, so they probably did have at least a couple hours off. But it would have been they would have been ready to go. All right, let's dive in. Spring of 1901. Ed, I think you're switch you guys up here. You're first up.
Okay. Yes, I may not know tactics, but I know people. And so we see Micah going directly to the channel, and Bradley supporting himself into Burgundy. Michalis does what all Germany's do, so you can't take a read on that. But trust me, he's against France. In the East, the only thing of note is the Smyrna going to Khan. One queries whether we will see the exact. Hey, last time, but Venice didn't go to Trieste here, so Serbia can't get cut, which is what happened the opposite time. So let's see what happened.
Fall of 1901.
Turkey, Turkey goes to the Black Sea, puts the brace on Romania. So it looks like Christian and Benek are working a little bit here together. Darcy takes Tunis. Meanwhile, I buried the lead. Micah takes Belgium and Brest, which in the world of two-build England is a fairly unusual one, but happens occasionally. Bradley off on the back foot, and I note the support that McAllis is giving Micah into Belgium. So my EG prediction here is working, and McAllis obviously he doesn't need to support it, but it's a small psychological sign to L.
Adam, your thoughts on 1901?
Well, uneventful it was not. I mean, in a game like this, I feel like all bets are going to be off, and once we get into 1902, so I don't want to make too many predictions until we see some builds and where people go.
All right, then. Let's see some builds here. Yeah, it does feel like there are lots and lots of possibilities. Although I feel like Micah building two fleets, Liverpool and London, is pretty ironclad here. Am I right? No, I am wrong. Wow. This raises the possibility that the giving of Brest was actually agreed upon, and a ploy by Bradley and Micah to sort of lull McAllis into believing that there was an EG.
Certainly in his wheelhouse, certainly in Bradley's wheelhouse to do that. But, he gave up Munich the last time accidentally and still won. So you don't be counting Bradley out.
McAllis, for his part, does, I think the natural builds here, especially if he thinks it's an EG. Darcy and Christian both put down fleets, and the rest are armies, including L, who must be wondering, what they did to Christian to deserve this. Spring of 1902. Adam.
All right. Indeed, this looks very EG-ish with a loan of Brest. EGR, in fact, with Sweden supporting North Sea into Denmark, no less. Wow.
No, it can't be an EGR then.
Sorry, sorry, EFR. Apologies. So we have Bradley getting into Burgundy. We have Micah getting into Denmark and Norwegian Sea. We have Russia fighting the AT, and we have Darcy convoying back home and being very non-committal.
I have a question here. What's the incentive here for Bradley to stick with England? Because McAllis is going to be pitching, supporting him into Belgium. He can take Brest here. Why should Bradley not do that?
No. Why am I in any way? I'm Bradley, and I'm in 6th place. I got McAllis down, and he's getting counted out by the ref. So we put our foot on the throat. Okay, he's got to put the pedal on the gas and kill, and take your chances with Micah getting another great score. She needs a great score.
Yeah, I think that's probably right from a league's perspective. I think in a game where all things are equal, like I think that's fair, but given the risk McAllis runs, if he doesn't get crushed in this game, I think that's probably right. You probably keep doing what you're doing.
Does Bradley care even if Micah gets on the top board as long as he's in 7th?
Yeah.
Yeah, that then you get the question of whether seeding matters to you, right? Claire made the point earlier that it did kind of matter to her, not enough to sort of like make it the sole goal of the day, but if she had the opportunity, she was going to go for it, and she definitely improved her seeding with that score. So it's hard to know where that reasoning would place for Bradley. Fall of 1902, Adam.
So he does take Brest back, of course, but he does not support McCallus in any way here. Looks like McCallus might have been supporting him into Belgium from Ruhr, but I can't really tell.
Yeah, that is what happened. Supports Burgundy to Belgium. Yep.
Yeah, which makes sense. So McCallus does not have many friends. The AT gets some advancement by moving to Armenia. Smyrna going out to Eastern Med. Darcy does absolutely nothing.
But makes a big show of it.
Yeah.
The key disappointment in the West is Russia essentially taking sides against Germany. This is a destabilizing thing, right? We talked about this earlier. What should Russia do? Generally, Russia would help Germany in this situation. Didn't do that here.
Well, they supported England into Denmark to begin with, right?
Yep. So. And now they vacated Sweden in order to displace Germany out of Baltic. Yeah, isn't this where you just wonder if you're McCallus whether you should have gotten up for this game or not?
He wasn't asleep, let's be honest.
Winter 1902, we find fleets in Marseille and Smyrna and an army in London. So Darcy idled in place there for a whole year, basically. Do you guys like that, or are you worried at all if you're Darcy?
I'm worried. I'm not just worried at all. I'm really worried because Austria and Turkey have been working together pretty well.
And Turkey built another fleet. Yeah, I don't know why you're staying, when you're Italy and you're staying put like that, you are just asking to sit at 4 centers until you die.
Oh, and throw in Fleet Marseille. Yeah, more worries if I'm Darcy.
Yeah.
Yeah, especially with EF getting along so well. All right, spring of 1903. Back to you, Ed Sullivan.
Marseille goes to Spain, not unexpected in that situation, but at least that's one problem taken care of. Christian advancing to the Aegean. I'm just more focused on Italy's problems here. AT continues to go fine with Romania going to Sevastopol and Austria backfilling in Romania. That's going well. It looks like AT versus, it was EFR. It's EF because Norway here is, quote, covering Sweden, I guess, and takes it. Meanwhile, good alliance play, sort of. Like, on the one hand, you can say, yeah, England gets Holland and France gets Belgium. On the other hand, it's like, okay, Micah, time to leave English Channel. You got to leave English Channel now. This is not acceptable.
Let's move into the fall of 1903. Ed?
Doesn't leave English Channel. It does go to Mid-Atlantic, and there's not a bounce, right? Maybe they talked about that or not, so maybe that's helped. Germany, though, does get Holland back. I had to remember my diplomacy geography there for a second. Why is that? Denmark is not cutting Kiel? Instead,
Denmark is supporting Holland into Kiel.
If you're going to do that, you need Baltic to throw you another support. They shouldn't have done it this way, right?
Yeah, Denmark hitting Kiel is the right thing to do here. That would have guaranteed keeping it.
I got one thing right today. It's been pretty bad. Meanwhile, Russia and England continued cooperation here. Mike is trustworthy. I mean, you're in Bothnia and Russia keeps Sweden, so that's really helpful for this EFR. And meanwhile, Christian. Oh, it's with Austrian help though.
Yeah, I just don't know why Austria would give Turkey two builds when you have, instead of you getting one apiece. That's confusing to me.
Austria is taking Romania. Austria's even here.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Oh, well, you're even in Turkey builds two instead of you each building one.
No,
I just don't.
Turkey's just +1.
Turkey. Oh, because
Turkey's
Turkey's
plus
losing.
one.
They're trading Romania, so they're giving the build to Turkey to get another
Yep.
fleet, I guess. But if they're giving the build to Turkey to build another fleet, why did Turkey move to Armenia?
To Smyrna.
To Smyrna, sorry, right? Because you don't want to build a fleet in Khan, you want to build a fleet in Smyrna.
Yeah.
So something is Christian is doing something weird here.
I mean, also there was no reason to leave Greece. They should be in Ionian here for sure.
I mean, is this a stab? I mean, Jason raises. I thought about it too. Like, why?
But why
should
not
Burgundy
convoy
be cutting
armed
Munich
to?
here?
Why not
Should Burgundy
convoy
be
armed?
cutting Munich?
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead. Yeah, convoy. Well, the convoy is you didn't want to make it too obvious to Bulgaria. Is that what you're thinking?
Yeah, exactly. It's not much of a stab. If this is a stab, it's not much of a stab. I just don't understand it at all.
I think it's just inefficient unit movement, to be honest. Similarly in the West.
Should Burgundy have cut Munich here? Is this a stab by not doing that by Bradley?
I mean, I think the most efficient way to do this would have been to hit Munich. Belgium would have had to tap Ruhr here. That would ensure that kill goes. The problem is that Belgium could actually get into Ruhr potentially. Is that right? No, that's not right. That would have been the way to do it. Anyway,
He doesn't want Mike getting another build.
The net result is that
Turkey builds, France builds. Yeah.
Yep. France and Turkey are even at 6. England and Austria are even at 5, and the rest are at 4. Still a pretty tightly congested game after 3 years. And I think the alliances are clear, but the sort of directions that the alliances are heading in are not exactly clear.
Yeah, this fleet con instead of Smyrna is so inefficient. I mean, I guess you can support Aegean into the Ionian, so it doesn't really matter, but it's still kind of weird.
Yeah, and also
like top board to me. Go ahead, Brandon.
Doesn't feel like a what?
Doesn't feel like a top board to me yet.
And you think it should?
I know it's
because
not a top board.
It's
Yeah, because
not
there's so many players, and I know it's not a top board, but it should be a top board in the way that these players are. It should feel like.
Yeah, I was going to say the other thing is that if AT are going to be hitting Italy here, Austria really needs to have another army over in Tyrolia at this point. All right, let's keep going here. Spring of 1904. Adam, you are calling it.
Okay, so they do force Ionian here. Darcy bounces Albania out of Adriatic and bounces Venice. Looks like Christian is doing this whole conga line with the fleets in order to get both of them out, I suppose. I'm surprised by this. I would think that you would still want to have something in black to defend against Austrian shenanigans, but they're working really well. They're working really well together. Sev gets advanced here. So that's the East. In the West, okay, we're finally out of the English Channel, and here come the French fleets to the south, and here comes the French army to Piedmont. And also Bradley takes Munich here. So, yeah, advancing EF, advancing AT. EF versus AT here.
Ed, how do you feel about Christian's play here?
Khan needed to go to Aegean. Bulgaria needed to go to black.
That was my take as well. And then Smyrna just goes to armor, just goes to Khan. These are weird moves. I agree with that.
I mean, you're giving your Austrian. I mean, I know in an AT that Turkey has a natural advantage here, but like, let's be honest. What does Bennett care? He's 160th place, right? You know, Christian's got to just tell him, dude, I got to win this. I got to get back on the board or wherever he's at. So that's the first thing. Second thing is England snagging Sweden here. I think somewhat helpful. And Bradley, getting Micah to leave English Channel finally in 1904 is of help, a lot of help. So, who gets Holland here?
Who should get it?
I think Bradley thinks he should get it.
No, I think Micah's going to want it because Micah can't hold Sweden necessarily, right? Well, I guess they can't lose Kiel and Sweden. Munich is, well, they could. So I think Micah's probably going to ask for it. They can hold Kiel, right? Helgoland just supports Kiel. And that's good enough. No, they could. They have 3. I mean, assuming Russia is now an enemy, assuming the Russian fleet in Baltic is now an enemy, they need to cover Denmark too. Unless Sweden was agreed and it's just going out to Norway, that's also possible.
My guess is it was covering Sweden from Finland.
Yeah, so that may just be sitting there by agreement. So maybe Russia's okay. In which case, yeah, Bradley's going to be asking for Holland, I guess.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me to see Sweden going to Finland with support from St. Petersburg.
Yep.
Yep. Or maybe that would be the plan. Whether Micah would stick with it or not is a separate question. Okay, let's see what happens here. Fall of 1904.
Yeah, it goes to Norway. Yeah.
Lots of lines and
so Micah gets Holland, holds Kiel. Russia takes Berlin. So Michalis is put out of his misery pretty quickly. Bradley is not really. Mao is staying put, which makes sense. Goes up to Tyrolia here. Austria is now in Warsaw, so Russia is down to just St. Petersburg. Christian gets everything out. I'm still find the kind of movement around with the fleets a little odd. He's going to just get backed up there at some point, but I guess he does have a lot more fleets than France does. But you have to imagine that. And that France and Italy are going to be working together. They already are. So I think he's going to just get backed up at some point.
Yeah, and then you have to ask what Christian's growth path is here. He's staying even here. Austria is going +2, and maybe that's not what you want in an AT.
Well, maybe you're okay with it as long as Bradley's already ahead of you, right? So as long as Micah doesn't overtake you and Darcy dies, maybe you don't care that much, and Bennett can top this board for all you care, right?
Yeah, Bennett topping would probably be, a reasonable outcome for Christian. It would keep him, just barely on the top board. But, it would be better for Christian than Bennett topping the board?
Yeah, I can imagine what it might be, but...
Well, you raised the question earlier. One has to worry about Christian's growth path. And a life full of misery and uncertainty, one thing I know is that Christian is laser focused on Christian's growth path. He is trying to figure out what the answer to that question is. I think another question is Bradley. Bradley's fine with Micah doing okay, and I think Bradley's probably okay with Christian doing okay. But Bradley can't afford for Micah and Christian to do okay. So, that's why he's working with Italy here, I assume.
And as long as Darcy stays small, that's fine.
Yeah.
He's got Darcy right where he wants him. Winter 1904. Lots of armies. Got 4 new armies on the board. 2 from Micah, 2 from Bennick. And we do have that fleet in Marseille from Bradley Grace. And let's see, as far as disbands go, Germany is gone and L pulls a fleet in Baltic. All right, let's move forward here. Spring of 1905. And back to you,
Ed. Micah keeping 1 army on the island. That's all she could keep it. Meanwhile, just progressing, putting herself in position to support Russia and to take those centers when she needs. Bradley moving into Bohemia. So the EF is doing a very good job. Christian moving Ionian to Adriatic here. And to Armenia. What does all that spell? Is that defense? Is that just defensive for everybody or not? Bradley getting Eternian I'm sure with Italian support is obviously good. And I note that Marseille goes to Spain. There's no convoy opportunity if Bradley were to sneak up against Micah, but preserves the option for that fleet move up there.
Yeah, interesting. Bradley is in a position now where he could sort of go either way. He's got the Italian working with him, so that could potentially change if he goes for Tunis. If you were Bradley here, I guess you've done the metagame here, which says that he doesn't need to do very well. He just needs to make sure that both Micah and Christian don't do well. Seems like he's in decent position to do that. Yeah, what would you do? Would you stay put here, or if you're Bradley, or would you do something, Adam?
I think you've got the armies in the middle, so I think you can do something with them while supporting, while continuing to support Darcy and just trying to keep things locked down in Italy for the time being until you're in a better position to make gains. I think it's too early to make a move on Darcy. You don't have the units down there to fill things in.
I think he has to. It's a really hard call. If you continue against Austria, you're only helping Christian. He doesn't want Christian to be helped. So I don't know if continuing on the line makes the most sense for Bradley. I think what may make more sense is attacking Darcy here. I think that's what we're going to see. But I'm not sure.
All right, so that is Bradley. What about Micah? So we know Micah. We haven't calculated how much Micah needs to, sneak into the top board, but we presume it's a lone board top of some size. Let's assume that it needs to be a lone board top of like 10 or 11. What does Micah need to do from here to make that happen, Ed?
If she attacks, I think she can actually attack Russia, but she doesn't seem inclined to do it. That would help Austria in the short term, but that also helps Christian. She doesn't want that to happen. I don't know. I guess EF continues because it's really an awkward spot for all these players, right? So when you don't know what to do, it's maybe better to make no choice than a bad one. But I think she probably. How could she have an effective stab on Bradley? I don't think she does. So either hold the line, attack Bradley, or attack Russia. And given those three options, I think I just hold the line.
Micah does have 3 dots if she wants them: Sweden, Berlin, and Belgium.
And St. Pete will be hers if she wants it. Right?
Eventually, but
Eventually,
this turn,
right? This turn she can. Yeah, well, I think if you're going to take Belgium, then you're probably offering Russia support to Munich, right?
And then taking Berlin
behind. Yeah.
I like that idea. But
so I think if you're going to do Belgium, you do it only if you're also putting Russia into Munich, and in which case maybe you're not taking Sweden, you're just taking Berlin, and you take Sweden later, right? So you have Russia still on side.
Oh yeah, because 2
is
putting
fine.
down 2 units versus 3.
Yeah, and you're happy to take 2 dots instead of 3 because you just put fleets in London and Liverpool, and that's good enough. You don't need, so. It's at least I'm thinking about it. Am I doing it? I don't know, but I'm thinking about it.
Both Micah and Bradley are unused to being equal or below their alliance partner in an alliance. So they are equal right now.
Yep.
And will one of them just decide they don't want to do that? And if they do fight, Christian does really well, I think.
Potentially, but
or Austria, or Bennett.
Christian's not in a Bennett could do well, but Christian's not in a position to do a whole lot.
Well, that's true.
Anybody other than Italy?
That's true.
Possibly take off a Bennett from this position.
I'm talking long term. If he can, reel Bennett in.
I don't know. He's got to get builds from somewhere before he can do anything against Austria. And where's he getting those builds from? Unless Bradley lets him take the builds off of it.
Let's find out.
I just think EFR continues, or maybe EF, no Russia.
Fall of 1905. The answer is Ed. Tell us about it.
Okay. As I predicted, even though I think savvy listeners will know I predicted all three things at one point during that last colloquy. Micah is continuing with EFR, and that's what this shows. And you know what? I think it's a pretty good call. We got Bradley in Vienna. Micah still has lording over those Russian positions. Austria on the back foot, and Christian takes Sev, I guess by agreement. And it's a dominant EFR right now with the capital E and F and a smaller R.
This is just some tactical mistakes on Bennick's part. Galicia just needed to support Vienna here. There were only two, and so this was just a tactical mistake. Unfortunately, I think it's just overthinking what was going to happen. And frankly, he gets Venice, but yeah, that's too bad because that really changes things for Austria here.
You can see the thought process. Oh, I'm tapping
I
Tyrolia and Bohemia. This is a kind of a beginner mistake, right?
Those moves are not illogical. They're not illogical. They're just not right. But they're not
correct.
illogical.
Yeah, it happens to everybody when you're learning this
they're
exact
absolutely
thing.
Logical moves. They're completely logical moves. Just unfortunately was not.
I think what you guys are pointing out is that you have to recognize as a beginner that this is a risk you're taking. Like learning that what you're doing is you're taking a risk. There's a guaranteed path that at this point in the game is just better.
Well, they're guaranteeing Venice, as Bradley points out. But I'd rather have my home center.
Yeah, I don't know that you're weighing it. If your priority is taking Venice from this position, you may not be weighing your options in the right way, though. Is I guess what I would say.
It is a worse position here to be in Trieste with a fleet in to be in Venice with a fleet in Trieste, and the fleet's probably getting disbanded here. Either that or Romania, which would be delightful. From
this is just you went from like a really good Austrian position to just a mess, unfortunately.
If you're Christian Brown, do you build an army now?
Yes,
you have to. What are you going to do with another fleet?
Army Con, but suddenly Christian's explosive growth path is wide open now, right?
Yep.
You can make the argument that running in on Bennick is the right thing to do, and that would guarantee him a spot on the top board.
I'm not sure he can quite run in on him yet, but certainly starting to position to do that is the right play.
Yeah, although I think you would rather be in Eastern Med here rather than Apulia. That is a potential, weak spot.
Yep.
All right, adjustments. We've got a few. We got a fleet in Smyrna, so Christian was worried about the weakness down south more than the growth opportunity.
And yet Ionian is disbanded. The worst of all possible combinations for
Christian. Yep.
Yeah.
Army in Marseille, and Bennick does remove Army in Romania. So that at least opens up a possible place for Christian to get a build, either by consent or not.
Yep.
Spring of 1906. We've got a nice bunched leaderboard here. 4 players within 2 centers of the leader, who is Bradley Grace. Looking to possibly move up the leaderboard, definitely to secure his place in the top board. Spring of 1906. Here we go. And Adam, you are up. Tell us what you see.
England is taking Berlin here, and they are putting Russia into their home center, Warsaw, for their troubles. So that makes sense. Russia is also retaking Moscow here. So Russia, cool. Could be getting a build. We'll see. Depends on whether Micah decides to let them stay in Sweden and St. Pete. Micah could easily run in on those right now. Would not be totally surprising. Meanwhile, Bradley's continuing to push forward. Bohemia, Piedmont, Western Med. Christian gets his fleets out, but really cannot advance from this position. Except that Bennett retakes Vienna, so that's there's that, and destroys the French unit. Actually, that's no small thing. I shouldn't downplay that. That's a pretty big deal.
It's quite a turn here for Micah, isn't it?
It's phenomenal. It's a phenomenal turn. I mean, she's in control in the north. We'll see what she decides to do from this position, but she's in total control.
So here's where things stand. Micah has Berlin guaranteed, Sweden guaranteed, St. Petersburg likely if she wants it, Belgium guaranteed. Might even be able to sneak into Munich if she wants to.
She could take 5. She could take 5 here in theory.
Yeah.
Right. If that, I mean, I'm not saying that's the play, but she could walk in to Belgium, Munich, Berlin, Sweden, St. Pete right now.
And we're pretty sure that would.
She might take Warsaw if she gets Austria inside here. What has Austria got to lose?
So that would probably guarantee if let's say she did that and the game ended right away, that would probably guarantee. We're pretty sure that would guarantee her a spot on the top board. The game might not end, right? And Micah might become a target in that case. Is that what Micah should do?
I think there's a pretty good argument that she could take the Russian centers. Whether she should take the French ones, I don't know. I mean, probably not necessary.
I don't think she might take the Russian ones, but I even sort of doubt. I mean, I don't think she wants Russia to get a build. That's the only.
Yeah,
right?
So maybe she just takes Sweden so Russia doesn't get a build.
I think we'll just do that. I think that's all she needs to do. But you never know. I mean, maybe she takes more because. But I like when things are going good. I mean, when you keep doing well in the craps table, you tend to let it ride a bit. And I think if I were her, I'd let it ride and at least make sure that Russia doesn't build and go up 2, and so she goes up 2, and Bradley doesn't really care as long as they continue to fight Christian. I think that's probably the best.
I guess the other question is if she just takes 3 here, does the game end? Is that sufficient for her to get on the top board, and does the game just end there?
I don't know.
Real quick, what would you guys do?
A lot of it depends on the relationship with Russia. If I can get away with taking the dots off of Russia without them, with them remaining somewhat copacetic, like I might be doing something like, going up to Sweden here and leaving St. Pete or something like that. If I think it's not going to drive him crazy, if it's not going to drive him batty against me, I'm probably wanting to take at least 2.
This is where I excel, and I don't say that much on these broadcasts. I tend to underplay my stuff, but like when you have a meta consideration of a tournament, I mean, I think if you can keep L on side, that's what you do. And I think that L is not really playing for anything except to have relevance.
Yep.
And I think you can make the point to L that she can have relevance in this game by helping, Micah make the top board. And so I think that that's a pretty worthy pitch. And as we saw from the last game, although Micah probably didn't see it since she wasn't playing, L's okay with the janissary role, when put in that position. So I think this is a pitch that can be made. That would be the optimal strategy here for her.
Totally in agreement, Ed. Totally in agreement.
All right. The answer is
take the Russian debts. Oh well.
Sorry, Al. Takes all 3. But she does stay in Prussia and she goes to Silesia so that when Livonia comes off the board, she's in position to help L at least keep the 2 dots.
I could actually see more. I guess I wasn't thinking through all the dots Bradley was going to get from this position, like taking Tunis, taking Trieste. Okay, admittedly losing Vienna here, but she's going to want to keep a pace of that, if not higher.
Why does France get Trieste here?
Let's see.
Why did Turkey support him? Oh, because Turkey stabbed Austria for some reason.
Tried to.
Just was not really.
Made the wrong call, though. Didn't go to Serbia here.
Yeah. Why? Yeah.
Brutal. So basically, just helped France.
I mean, yeah. I mean, so France is +1.
Why is Christian doing that? Why is that in
Why did
his interest?
I don't understand that decision. Okay. Well, I mean,
It's a mistake.
unless Bradley wants to keep playing, this should probably end here. Or if Micah thinks she needs more to get on the top board, but otherwise, this should probably end here.
Let's see. We have winter 1906. Micah has taken the lead at
Yeah.
10.
Yeah.
Bradley is at 9. So, and Christian is even at 7. So this would come down to who's in the lead. And thanks to the magic of DBN, I can actually show us. What I don't know is how well the players were calculating these scores.
Oh, I guarantee you they were calculating it.
Think so?
There's no question.
All right. At this moment,
No, Micah's not even in consideration here.
I think
What?
I may need to show the winner builds. Let me go back. That doesn't seem right. Yeah, I do. Okay, so let's show the builds. We have 3 armies from Micah. So declaration of intent. I'm not coming after you, Bradley Grace. Bradley puts down some armies with the intention, surely, to go protect Belgium and Munich. Yeah, the other disbands all make sense. Okay, so the game does end.
Yeah. That makes sense.
The game does end.
If it gives Micah enough to make the board, it certainly makes sense.
Which is likely. The answer is yes.
Yes, it does. Okay, so this all makes complete sense. Yep.
Christian.
By 6.4 points.
Yep.
That turn was the difference.
Yep.
If Micah does not top this board alone, then Christian stays ahead of her.
Yep.
If so then the question would be here in spring of 1907, can Christian either see a way to get more dots? Can Christian convince Bradley to take more dots in order to share the board top?
No, to both of those.
I wonder if it would have drawn
what
if Christian was in Serbia.
What is Bradley's incentive, though? I mean, again, in a league game like this, what is Bradley's incentive? He already
He's 4th on the top board. That's perfect. He's happy.
Yeah. Yeah, he was in 4th place after this. 6th place.
No. Oh wait, I thought. Okay, well, that was the thing that we're looking at before.
So is moving up a couple places worth it to him? I don't know. I don't know that it's worth it.
I don't know. Maybe it's a solid AT on the top board.
Well, this is it. Congrats to Micah.
Yeah. All right. So here are let's go back now. Here are the final standings. Micah does sneak into the 7th place. Bradley Grace on the final day also moves up. So Micah came back. Micah and Bradley both came from outside the top 10 and made this top board, knocking Christian and McCallus both off of the top board. Patrick Jacobson maintains his place in 5th. Jason Gray in 4th. Claire Bradbury moves up, takes the 3rd spot. Jamal Bukarli and Justin Lohr rounding out the top 10, or the top 7, I should say, in the same positions they were coming into today. All right. Well, before we give a quick preview to the top board, what are you guys' thoughts on this final day, which I think had more movement than usual for the VDL final day? It happened with players that we are familiar with. Certainly Micah Blom, #1 seed in the DBNI currently, made a big move here and got onto the top board. Sure, lots of eyes will be on her for that final game. But what are your guys' thoughts on the final day here?
Well, incredible credit to Micah for coming from like 30-something place into the top 7 with 2 really commanding wins, so board tops. So congrats there. Congrats to Bradley on the sneaking in with also a really, really solid performance. I mean, we didn't see anything from Patrick or Jamal or Justin today, and kind of okay results from Claire and Jason, if I recall. So, but it just goes to show that every one of these games can matter. and for Micah especially, right? Micah had played 6 games before today, so it wasn't like she was adding full scores to her repertoire. These were sort of, kind of replacement scores. So all the more impressive, I think, for that reason.
Yeah, Micah had played 5 games coming into today, so
5.
played all 3
She
rounds.
played all 3. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Okay.
Ed, your final thoughts on today?
I tell you what, I you won't get someone more of the sad clown than me with the happy exterior and beats himself up, but it's going to be very hard for Christian to play the year. I don't think he's made a top board before, and we've seen some of these other players make top boards, so my heart goes out to him. I think there was a lot of tactical inefficiency in that last game, but if I'm Christian and I'm pointing the finger at myself, and if you know me, I'm always pointing the finger at myself, the mistake was the prior game, leaving himself so wide open to Darcy. I think that game could have gone differently, and his result maybe could have changed for the day. He's really working on a thing that we all work on, but for him to go to the next level is, first he was stab happy, and now he's kind of trust happy, and finding that balance of not getting burned, like he did, is something we all work on. And it's just, I'm happy for these other players. Look at the names. Claire did advance her. She had more than an okay result. She was 12-10-10. It looks to be a phenomenal top board, but I'm a bit of a sad person for Christian right now, just because I always feel bad for the fourth place in the Olympics, and that's sort of the way I feel for Christian right now. What could have been is always the better story than what was.
Yeah, quick note on Christian Brown. I just flipped through his results from the previous VDLs. This was his best finish. He finished in 11th place last season and 17th the one before that. So there is an upward trend for Christian. Came very close to making the top board. Christian, please stick with it. You're going to make it to the top of the mountain someday. And if the trend continues, it'll be next year for sure.
So,
that said, we do have a top board here with some big names on it. And, people like Patrick Jacobson, people who've been improving quickly and are, now knocking on the door here. And Claire as well, who's already won a tournament. And Justin, sort of number 1 seed for the second year in a row, now maybe has some experience and, can approach the top board with more success this time. Just given this, if you guys want to give a quick preview here of what you're going to be looking for on this top board, what's that going to be? And either one of you can go first here.
Well, I think it's hard to look at any board and say that features Jamal where he's not going to be going in as the favored, right? But I think, interestingly enough, in terms of experience on this board, you're probably looking at Jamal, Bradley, and Micah. So your number 2, 6, and 7 seeds being the most experienced playing in these kinds of high stakes games. Jason also has, I believe, been on a few of these. Patrick, Claire, and Justin are no strangers either, but probably less in the experience level. But I mean, this is just a solid group of 7, and they've all played a lot of games with each other and with others. So I think it should be really interesting to see. It should be really interesting. Very different styles amongst these folks too. There's, I think Justin and maybe Jason have more chaotic styles versus Bradley's kind of patient aggressiveness, and Jamal just kind of working the whole board, balancing the game. Very, very interesting styles and very interesting game is in store for us.
I'm going to say a lot of wrong things, but that's never stopped me before. I think this is Claire's first top board, at least virtually, that I can remember. Maybe she made one in Australia. I can't remember, but she shot out of a can in this hobby. I'm telling you right now. But your first top board is always a learning experience. Jason's been on a top board before. Jason's multiple, in fact, one tonight. So Justin is eager. Bradley and Mike are obviously so good at what they do. But then you look at someone we already talked about, Patrick. Never been on a top board before. That I'm sure about. But this guy is unbelievably competitive, and he's got a great personality for a top board in the sense that none of this alliance bullshit. We're all here for what we need to do. He's flexible. He's smart. So that's not saying the other players aren't, but I'm just basically trying to make the overall point for every one of these 7 players. Usually you can look at these top boards and we can play Nostradamus here, and there's usually 1 or 2 sort of players that are inexperienced that you think you can get over on them a bit. I actually don't think, having played, I've played with every single one of these players, I don't think any of them is someone that you're going to get over on a top board. And I don't care if they've been on one before or not. These are 7 hungry players, and that makes for exciting top boards. I don't see anyone going in there with fear.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. It usually with top boards, it feels like there's 1, 2, or 3 kind of clear underdogs, and it doesn't quite feel like that even with the less experienced players here. It does. I look at this list, and I wouldn't surprise me if any one of them came out on top. That makes for an exciting finale to the VDL and League Night seasons, and that will come to you in January. Once that date is set, we will make an announcement and schedule this broadcast and let you know. I want to thank both of you, Ed and Adam, for a nice brisk League Night tonight. We only had 5 games to cover, and I think we enjoyed them. They're all interesting, and we took our time, and but that means our time has come to an end. I want to thank both of you for joining me on this broadcast. I want to thank all of you out there for watching, I should say, and listening. And if you would like this video and subscribe to DBN, that would make everybody happy. So please do that. With that, I think it's just time to give the sign off. Ed, I think I want to hear you say it.
Should I pretend like Darcy and, Brandan that I don't know what it is, but because I need to get off this stream as soon as possible, stay safe and stab well, and congratulations to our top board.